Somewhere beneath the surface of the sea, in a place no map has ever marked with certainty, there is said to lie the remains of a kingdom that vanished in a single day and a single night. For more than 2,000 years, this story has drifted through the minds of poets, philosophers, sailors, and dreamers, never quite fading, never quite confirmed, resting in that quiet space between memory and myth. It is the story of Atlantis, a civilization so advanced, so wealthy, and so powerful that its sudden disappearance seemed almost like a judgment from the gods themselves. Tonight, we drift gently into that story, not to solve it, but to wander through it, to feel the weight of centuries of wonder, and to imagine, in patient and unhurried detail, what such a place might have been. Picture, if you can, the ancient world as it once was. Long before the rise of Rome, before the marble temples of the Acropolis gleamed white in the Mediterranean sun, there were already civilizations old beyond memory, their origins lost in the haze of time. Into this world, a story emerged of an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, beyond what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, in the vast and uncharted ocean that the ancients simply called Atlantic, after the Titan Atlas who was said to hold up the sky. On this island, according to the tale, there arose a civilization of extraordinary power, a kingdom that ruled not only its own land but stretched its influence across parts of Europe and Africa. A kingdom whose armies were turned back only by the combined strength of ancient Athens, and which, soon afterward, was swallowed whole by the sea. This is the story that has echoed through the centuries, carried first in the writings of a single philosopher, and then passed from hand to hand, mind to mind, civilization to civilization, until it became something larger than any one author could have intended. It became a legend in the truest sense, a story that people wanted to be true, a story that seemed to whisper of a golden age now lost, and of the fragility of even the greatest human achievements. Consider, for a moment, how unusual this is. Most stories from the ancient world that have survived into our own time survive because they were beloved, repeated, performed, sung. The great epics attributed to Homer, the tragedies performed in Athenian theaters, the myths of gods and heroes that decorated pottery and temple friezes, these were part of the living culture of the ancient Mediterranean, recited at festivals, taught to children, referenced constantly in art and conversation. Atlantis was different. It appears, so far as we know, in only 2 works by a single author, mentioned within a much larger philosophical discussion of cosmology and the nature of the universe and the ideal state. And yet, from this relatively modest beginning, the story grew into something that would be discussed, debated, mapped, searched for, and reimagined by countless generations who came after. There is a kind of quiet wonder in this, the wonder of how an idea, once released into the world, can take on a life entirely its own, traveling far beyond the intentions of the person who first gave it shape. A philosopher sitting in a garden outside Athens, dictating or writing by lamplight, describing an island and a civilization perhaps as an illustration for an argument, could hardly have imagined that more than 2,000 years later, people across the world would still be discussing his words, still picturing the canals and the temple of Orichalcum, still wondering whether somewhere beneath the waves, the remnants of that civilization might be waiting. To understand why this story has held such power for so long, we must first understand the world that gave birth to it. We must travel back to ancient Greece, to the world of city-states and philosophers, of marketplaces and temples, of a civilization that was, in its own way, just as remarkable as the legendary Atlantis it imagined. The Greece of antiquity was not a single nation as we might think of nations today. It was a patchwork of independent city-states, each with its own government, its own customs, its own gods honored in slightly different ways, and often its own currency and calendar. Athens, Sparta, Corinth, Thebes, and dozens of smaller cities dotted the landscape, separated by mountains and seas, yet bound together by a shared language, a shared mythology, and a shared sense of being Hellenes, as the Greeks called themselves, distinct from the peoples they considered foreign, whom they called barbarians, a word that originally simply meant those who did not speak Greek. The geography of Greece shaped this fragmentation in ways that are easy to overlook. Much of the land is mountainous, divided into small valleys and coastal plains separated by ridges that made overland travel slow and difficult. The sea, by contrast, was close at hand almost everywhere, and the islands of the Aegean were scattered like stepping stones between the mainland and the coast of Asia Minor. It was natural, in such a landscape, for communities to grow inward, developing their own distinct identities, their own laws, their own patron deities, while at the same time looking outward to the sea as the easiest path to the wider world. A farmer in a mountain valley might rarely travel beyond the next ridge in his entire life, while a sailor from a coastal town might know the harbors of a dozen different lands before he had seen the inland regions of his own. This was a world of remarkable diversity in how communities governed themselves. Sparta, in the southern region known as the Peloponnese, organized its entire society around military discipline. Its citizens trained from childhood for war, its way of life deliberately austere, suspicious of luxury, art, and the kind of intellectual culture that flourished elsewhere. Corinth, by contrast, grew wealthy through trade, its position on a narrow strip of land between two seas making it a natural crossroads for merchants moving goods between the eastern and western Mediterranean. Thebes, in the region of Boeotia, had its own proud traditions and its own role in the great myths, said to have been founded by the hero Cadmus, who, according to legend, brought the alphabet itself to Greece. And then there was Athens, which became, in the centuries before Plato's birth, a center of extraordinary intellectual and artistic achievement. By the 5th century before the Common Era, the city had emerged from the Persian Wars, a series of conflicts in which a coalition of Greek city-states had, against considerable odds, repelled invasions by the much larger Persian Empire. This victory brought Athens new confidence and wealth, much of it drawn from its dominance of the sea and its leadership of an alliance of Greek city-states formed initially for mutual defense, but which gradually became something closer to an Athenian empire, with smaller cities paying tribute that flowed into the Athenian treasury. With this wealth came an explosion of building and art. The Acropolis, the high rocky hill at the heart of the city, was crowned with temples dedicated to the gods, the most famous being the Parthenon, dedicated to Athena, the city's patron goddess, whose massive ivory and gold statue once stood within. These buildings were not simply religious structures. They were statements, carved in marble, of what human beings could achieve when they combined skill, resources, and a vision of beauty, and they were built using techniques of remarkable sophistication, including subtle curves and adjustments in the columns and platforms designed to correct for optical illusions, so that lines that would appear to sag if built perfectly straight instead appeared perfectly straight because they were built with a slight, deliberate curve. Below the Acropolis spread the city itself, a dense maze of narrow streets, modest homes, workshops, and markets. Most houses were built around a central courtyard, their outer walls plain and unadorned, presenting a modest face to the street while opening, within, onto a private space where family life unfolded, where women of the household often spent much of their time, weaving, managing the affairs of the home, while the men of the family conducted business, attended assemblies, or simply gathered to talk in the public spaces of the city. The agora, the central marketplace, was the true heart of daily life. Here, merchants sold olive oil, wine, pottery, textiles, and goods brought from across the Mediterranean and beyond, fish from the harbor, grain from Egypt and the Black Sea region, fine pottery decorated with scenes from myth and daily life that would later be treasured by collectors and museums alike. Here, too, citizens gathered to talk, to argue, to hear news, and to conduct the business of the city, for in Athens, citizenship carried with it the expectation of participation, of attending the assembly where decisions of state were made, of serving on juries, of holding public office through a system that, for many positions, relied on selection by lot rather than election, a practice that reflected a deep commitment to the idea that any citizen might be capable of serving the city. The agora was where philosophy often happened, not in quiet libraries, but in the open air, amid the noise of commerce, where a man might stop another and begin a conversation that would last for hours, probing questions about justice, virtue, knowledge, and the nature of reality itself. It was a culture that valued argument, that prized The ability to reason carefully and to defend one's positions, even as it could be, at times, fiercely competitive, even cruel, toward those who lost such arguments or whose ideas challenged too directly the comfortable assumptions of the community. This was the world of Socrates, a stonemason's son who became, through the force of his questioning, one of the most influential thinkers in human history, though he wrote nothing down himself. Socrates was famous, and to some, infamous, for his method of teaching through questions, drawing out contradictions in the beliefs of those he spoke with, claiming that his own wisdom consisted only in knowing that he knew nothing, a stance that some found admirable and others found insufferable, particularly when applied to the cherished beliefs of powerful men. It was the world of his student, a young aristocrat named Plato, who would go on to found a school called the Academy, just outside the walls of Athens, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus. The Academy was not a school in the modern sense, with formal classes and examinations, but more a community of scholars, gathering to discuss mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, and the principles of governance, walking together along shaded paths, the rhythm of conversation matching the rhythm of footsteps, ideas developing slowly over the course of long afternoons. It was in this setting, among olive trees and walking paths, that Plato would teach for decades, training students who would themselves go on to influence the course of philosophy for centuries, including a young man from the northern region of Macedonia, named Aristotle, who would later tutor a prince who would become known as Alexander the Great. Plato lived during a turbulent period. He had witnessed the long and devastating war between Athens and Sparta, known to later historians as the Peloponnesian War, a conflict that stretched across decades and reshaped the Greek world, ultimately leaving Athens diminished, its empire dismantled, its confidence shaken. Plato was a young man during the final years of this war, and he would have seen, firsthand, the consequences of prolonged conflict, the strain on the city's resources, the political upheavals that followed defeat, including a brief and brutal period when a group of oligarchs, supported by Sparta, seized control of Athens and ruled through terror before democracy was restored. He had also seen his beloved teacher Socrates condemned to death by the very democracy that Plato sometimes viewed with suspicion, accused of corrupting the youth of Athens and of impiety toward the gods, charges that many historians believe were at least partly motivated by political tensions in the aftermath of the war, by resentment toward a figure whose relentless questioning had embarrassed powerful men. Socrates was given the opportunity to escape but chose instead to accept the sentence, drinking the poison hemlock surrounded by his students, a death that Plato would later describe with such vividness and emotional weight that it remains one of the most famous death scenes in all of literature. These experiences shaped Plato's thinking deeply. Much of his work grapples with questions of how a just society should be organized, what makes a good ruler, and how individuals and states alike can be led astray by appetite, ambition, and the pursuit of power without wisdom. He distrusted the kind of democracy that could condemn a man like Socrates. Yet he also distrusted tyranny, and much of his most famous work, a long dialogue known as the Republic, is devoted to imagining what a truly just city might look like, governed not by those who sought power for its own sake, but by those who had spent their lives in pursuit of wisdom, philosophers who would rule, in Plato's vision, not because they wanted to, but because they alone understood what justice truly required. It was within this broader intellectual project, this lifelong exploration of justice, governance, and the nature of an ideal society, that the story of Atlantis first appears in the historical record. Plato wrote in the form of dialogues, conversations between characters, often based on real people, discussing philosophical questions, a literary form that allowed him to explore ideas from multiple perspectives, to let characters challenge and refine one another's positions, and to embed philosophical arguments within settings that felt alive, populated by individuals with distinct personalities and ways of speaking. Two of these dialogues, known as the Timaeus and the Critias, contain the only surviving accounts from antiquity that describe Atlantis in any detail. The Timaeus is primarily concerned with the creation of the universe and the nature of the physical world, a sweeping cosmological account. And it is within this dialogue that the story of Atlantis is first introduced, almost as a kind of preface to a longer tale that Critias promises to tell. The Critias, named after the character who tells the story, was intended to continue and expand upon this account, focusing specifically on ancient Athens and Atlantis, though the dialogue breaks off, unfinished, in the middle of a sentence, leaving later readers to wonder what more Plato might have intended to say. In these dialogues, the story of Atlantis is presented not as Plato's own invention, at least not explicitly, but as an account passed down through generations, originating with the Egyptians, a civilization that the Greeks regarded with a mixture of awe and reverence for its astonishing antiquity. By Plato's time, Egypt's monuments were already thousands of years old, its temples inscribed with hieroglyphic writing that few Greeks could read, its priests reputed to be keepers of knowledge stretching back further than any Greek record could reach. For a Greek of Plato's generation, to travel to Egypt was to encounter a civilization so old that it made even the legendary age of Greek heroes seem recent by comparison. According to the tale, an Athenian statesman and lawmaker named Solon, who lived more than a century before Plato and was renowned for his wisdom, one of a group later remembered as the Seven Sages of Greece, traveled to Egypt and visited the city of Sais, in the Nile Delta, where he spoke with priests who maintained ancient temple records. These priests, the story goes, told Solon that the Greeks remembered nothing of their own deepest history, for their land had been struck by floods and other disasters that wiped away earlier civilizations, while Egypt, protected by the unique nature of its land and the gentle, predictable flooding of the Nile, had preserved records stretching back thousands of years beyond anything the Greeks could recall. The priests are said to have told Solon, with a certain gentle condescension, that the Greeks were like children, that they had no old tradition handed down by ancient memory, no knowledge hoary with age, because their civilization was, by Egyptian standards, remarkably young, repeatedly reset by catastrophes that Egypt itself had been spared. It was in this context, according to Plato's account, that the priests told Solon of a great war that had taken place 9,000 years before his time, a war between the city of ancient Athens, in a form far older and more powerful than the Athens of Solon's day, a city that, according to the account, had once possessed a constitution and a way of life remarkably similar to the ideal society Plato describes elsewhere in his writings, and a vast empire based on an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, an island called Atlantis. Solon, the story continues, brought this account back to Greece, where it was passed down through his family, eventually reaching a relative named Critias, who heard it as a child from his grandfather, who had himself heard it directly from Solon, and through this chain, supposedly, the story reached Plato himself, who heard it as a young man and later wrote it into his dialogues. Whether this chain of transmission was meant to be understood as historical fact, as a useful fiction, or as something in between, has been debated for as long as the story has existed. What is clear is that Plato presents the tale with remarkable specificity, providing details of dates, geography, and political structure that go far beyond what would be necessary for a simple moral parable. This specificity is part of what has made Atlantis so enduring. It does not feel like a vague myth. It feels, in places, almost like a historical record, complete with measurements, distances, and descriptions of governance, the kind of detail that a storyteller crafting a purely symbolic tale might not have bothered to include, and which has, ever since, invited readers to wonder whether there might be some kernel of memory, however distorted, buried within the story. Let us now turn to that record itself and begin to imagine the island as Plato described it, allowing the details to unfold slowly, the way a traveler might discover a new land, piece by piece, as a ship draws closer to shore. According to the account, Atlantis was an island larger than Libya and Asia combined. As the ancients understood those regions, though such a scale should be understood within the context of ancient geography rather than modern measurements, where the known world itself was far smaller than the globe we now recognize. It lay in the ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and from it, travelers in that age could pass to other islands, and from those islands to the great continent that lay beyond, surrounding what the Greeks called the true ocean. The sea on this side of the Pillars, the Mediterranean, was by comparison merely a harbor, a smaller and more enclosed body of water, while the true ocean was vast beyond imagining, a sea so large that the lands bordering the Mediterranean seemed, in comparison, like a small lake beside an endless expanse of water. This detail alone has occupied the imaginations of readers for centuries. This passing reference to a continent beyond the ocean, a phrase that, read with hindsight, seems to gesture toward lands that Europeans would not encounter for another 2,000 years. Whether this was simply a flourish of imaginative geography, a way of suggesting the vastness and mystery of the world beyond the known Mediterranean, or whether it reflects some dim awareness, however indirect, of lands and currents that connected the Mediterranean world to places far beyond it, is a question that has never been settled, and one that we might simply allow to rest for now. As part of the atmosphere of mystery that surrounds the entire account, at the center of the island of Atlantis, the story tells us, there was a plain, said to be the most beautiful and fertile in the world, surrounded by mountains that descended to the sea. This plain was rectangular in shape, measuring, according to the account, an immense distance in each direction, and it was said to have been further shaped by human hands, surrounded by a great canal, a channel of water dug to encircle the agricultural land, allowing produce to be transported by boat and providing irrigation to the fields. Smaller channels branched from this great canal, crisscrossing the plain in straight lines at regular intervals, watering the land in an organized and deliberate pattern, a testament to the engineering ambition of the people who lived there, a landscape that would have appeared, to anyone viewing it from the surrounding hills, less like a natural countryside and more like an enormous, deliberate work of art. A grid of green and gold and silver water stretching toward a horizon framed by mountains. Imagine standing on one of those mountain slopes, looking down across this plain in the early morning, before the heat of the day has settled in, the mist still clinging to the lower channels, the first light catching the water and turning it to 1,000 small mirrors scattered across the land. Birds would rise from the marshes at the plain's edges, where the cultivated land gave way to wetlands rich with reeds and waterfowl, and somewhere in the distance, faint and carried on the wind, the sounds of the city itself, bells, voices, the creak of cart wheels on stone roads that ran along the embankments between the canals. The mountains surrounding this plain were said to be more numerous, higher, and more beautiful than any that exist in the world today, according to the account, and within these mountains there were said to be wealthy villages, rivers, lakes, and meadows providing pasture for every kind of animal, both wild and domesticated. These villages, scattered through valleys among the peaks, would have lived a different rhythm of life than the farmers of the plain below, their economy built around herding, around the gathering of timber from extensive forests, around the mining of the metals for which the mountains were famous. The mountains were also rich in resources, particularly a metal called orichalcum, a substance that gleamed like fire and was second in value only to gold, used to adorn the most sacred buildings on the island, mined from veins deep within the rock and carried down to the plain along roads that wound between the peaks, a journey that might take days. The ore loaded onto carts or the backs of pack animals, moving slowly toward the furnaces and workshops where it would be refined and shaped. At the heart of this fertile plain, near the southern coast, there stood a low mountain, and it was here, according to the legend, that the story of Atlantis truly began, for it was on this mountain that the god Poseidon, ruler of the seas, was said to have fallen in love with a mortal woman named Plato, who lived there with her parents. To protect her, Poseidon enclosed the hill on which she lived with alternating rings of water and land, concentric circles that could not be crossed without boats, for at that time, the story tells us, no ships yet existed, and so the hill remained isolated, a private world encircled by water, accessible to no one, a sanctuary built by a god for the woman he loved. From the union of Poseidon and Cleito came 10 sons, born as 5 pairs of twins, and these sons became the first rulers of Atlantis, dividing the island and the surrounding regions among themselves, with the eldest son, Atlas, becoming the first king and giving his name to the island, the ocean beyond it, and the mountain range that would later be associated with the legend, the Atlas Mountains of northern Africa, a name that has persisted into the modern world, regardless of what one believes. About the rest of the story, the descendants of these 10 brothers ruled Atlantis for many generations, their kingdom growing in wealth and power, their laws inscribed upon a pillar of orichalcum at the center of the city, where the kings would gather periodically to renew their oaths of loyalty to one another and to the laws established by Poseidon. The city itself, built upon and around the hill where Clyto had once lived, grew into something extraordinary over the generations that followed. The concentric rings of land and water that Poseidon had created were transformed by the hands of the Atlantean kings into a marvel of engineering. Bridges were built across the rings of water, wide enough for chariots to pass, their surfaces worn smooth by generations of travel, and beneath these bridges, channels were cut through the rings of land, allowing ships to sail from the outer sea all the way to the central island, where the royal palace stood. To approach the city by water, then, was to pass beneath a series of bridges, each one a threshold, each one bringing the traveler closer to the heart of the kingdom. The sounds of the outer harbors gradually giving way to quieter waters, the architecture growing more elaborate, more ornate, with each successive ring. The central island itself, the original hill where Poseidon had placed Clyto, became the site of the most sacred buildings on Atlantis. Here stood the temple of Poseidon and Clyto, surrounded by a golden wall, and within it, a temple to Poseidon himself, vast in size, its exterior covered in silver, its pinnacles adorned with gold. Inside, the roof was made of ivory, decorated with gold, silver, and orichalcum, while the walls, pillars, and floors were covered entirely in orichalcum, giving the interior a fiery glow, so that to step inside, even on an overcast day, would have been to step into a space that seemed to generate its own light, the walls themselves appearing to burn without consuming. A glow that would have played across the faces of anyone standing within, casting everything in shades of amber and gold. Within stood a colossal statue of Poseidon, standing in a chariot drawn by 6 winged horses, so large that his head touched the roof of the temple, surrounded by 100 sea nymphs riding on dolphins, and around the temple stood golden statues of all the descendants of the original 10 kings, along with their wives, an assembly of golden figures arranged perhaps in solemn rows, or perhaps in a great circle around the central statue, a visual genealogy of the royal line stretching back to the god himself, each statue a reminder to anyone who entered of the divine origins of the kingdom's rulers, and of the long chain of generations that connected the present to that distant, sacred beginning. Outside this central sanctuary, but still within the innermost ring, there were said to be hot and cold springs, providing water for baths used by the kings, by ordinary citizens, by women, and even by horses and other animals, each group having separate facilities. Groves of trees were planted around these springs, offering shade against the heat of the day, and basins were constructed to collect the water, some open to the sky, where bathers might look up at the stars while soaking in warm water drawn from deep within the earth, others covered, used in different seasons, perhaps when the winds grew cold or the rains came. The water from these springs was channeled to irrigate the sacred groves dedicated to Poseidon, as well as the surrounding gardens, before being directed across the bridges to the outer rings of the city, so that even the outermost districts of Atlantis would have received, eventually, water that had first risen from the depths beneath the sacred hill itself, a kind of blessing flowing outward from the center to the edges of the kingdom. The rings of land surrounding the central island were themselves densely populated and fortified. Each ring of earth was surrounded by a wall, and these walls were said to be covered in metals, the outermost wall covered in bronze, the next in tin, and the wall surrounding the central island itself covered in orichalcum, gleaming with the fiery light for which the metal was known. Approaching the city from a distance, then, a traveler might first see the dull gleam of bronze catching the sunlight along the outermost wall, and as they drew closer, the paler shine of tin along the next ring, and finally, at the heart of it all, the unmistakable warm glow of orichalcum, visible perhaps even from a considerable distance on a clear day. A beacon marking the center of the kingdom long before any other feature of the city could be made out. Within these rings, harbors were carved into the land, filled with ships and merchants arriving from all parts of the world, their voices blending in a constant hum of trade and exchange, a sound that, according to the story, could be heard day and night. the clamor of a city that never truly slept, much like the great trading ports that would later flourish throughout the Mediterranean. Places where the unloading of cargo continued under torchlight long after the sun had set, where sailors newly arrived from months at sea might wander the docks in search of food, drink, and lodging, their ears filled with languages from lands they had never visited and might never visit again. Beyond the city itself, a great canal connected the rings to the sea, 300 feet wide and 100 feet deep, 50 stades in length, allowing the largest ships to sail directly into the outermost ring of water, which itself was said to be a stade in width, roughly equivalent to the length of a modern sports stadium. This canal was lined on either side with a continuous wall of buildings, so that a ship sailing toward the city would pass between structures the entire way. A journey that must have felt like entering the heart of an enormous and bustling metropolis long before reaching the city's true center, the buildings growing taller, perhaps, or more ornate, as the canal approached the outer ring, warehouses and workshops giving way gradually to homes, and the homes themselves becoming grander, until at last the canal opened into the great ring of water that encircled the city proper. Beyond the city, the Great Plain stretched outward, divided into a vast grid of agricultural plots, each assigned to a different household, with the produce supporting both the families who worked the land and the soldiers who could be called upon for military service. The account describes an army of extraordinary size, with each section of land providing a certain number of chariots, cavalry, infantry, and even crews for warships, suggesting a kingdom organized for both prosperity and the constant readiness for conflict that characterized so much of the ancient world. An organization not unlike the systems by which later kingdoms and empires would call upon their populations for both taxation and military service, the land itself serving as the basic unit of obligation, each parcel tied not only to a family's livelihood but to its responsibilities toward the wider kingdom. If we allow ourselves, for a while, to imagine life within such a place, not as a list of statistics or military figures, but as a lived experience, what might it have felt like to wake each morning in Atlantis? Consider a farmer living on the Great Plain, his home a modest structure of stone and timber, surrounded by fields that stretched toward the canals glinting in the early light. His day begins before sunrise, tending to animals, checking the levels of water in the irrigation channels that crisscross his land, channels that were dug generations ago by his ancestors and maintained ever since, a responsibility passed down through families much as land itself was passed down. He walks the low embankments between the fields, adjusting small sluice gates of wood and stone, releasing water into one channel, closing it off in another, a kind of quiet, daily negotiation with the landscape that he has performed since childhood, learned from his father, who learned it from his father before him, a knowledge so deeply ingrained that it requires almost no thought. His hands moving through the familiar motions while his mind wanders elsewhere, perhaps to the festival that will mark the turning of the season, perhaps simply to the warmth of the morning sun on his back. The produce of his labor, grain, olives, fruit, will travel by boat along these channels toward the city, loaded onto flat barges that move slowly along the water, pulled by men who know every bend and shallow of the canal system, who can navigate even in darkness by feel and memory. This produce will feed not only the royal household and the priests, but also the soldiers whose presence the farmer has always known, a tax of sorts paid not in coin, but in the readiness of the kingdom for war, a readiness that, in the farmer's lifetime, has never been tested, soldiers who appear sometimes at the edges of his fields, training in formations, their armor catching the light, a familiar sight that has become, over the years, simply part of the landscape, like the mountains in the distance or the seabirds that follow the plows in search of insects turned up by the blades. In the evenings, the farmer's family gathers within their home, a simple meal of bread, olives, cheese made from the milk of their goats, perhaps fish brought up from the canal that morning by one of the children, who spend long afternoons with simple lines and hooks, more for the joy of it than out of necessity, though the fish are welcome all the same. There is a kind of deep, settled rhythm to this life, the seasons turning, the canals rising and falling, the same festivals returning year after year, a sense of belonging to something that has always been and, as far as anyone can imagine, will always continue to be. Consider, too, a merchant arriving by ship from a distant land, perhaps from the shores of what we would now call West Africa, or from islands scattered across the great ocean. His vessel laden with goods that are rare and valuable in Atlantis: ivory, exotic woods, perhaps gemstones or dyes made from plants that grow only in his homeland. As his vessel approaches Atlantis, he first sees the mountains, taller and more numerous than any he has encountered elsewhere. Their slopes green with forests and dotted with the smoke of villages, smoke rising in thin columns into a sky that, after weeks at sea, seems impossibly vast and impossibly close at the same time. As he draws nearer, he enters the Great Canal, and the journey toward the city begins, flanked on either side by buildings, by docks where other ships are loading and unloading cargo. The air filled with the smells of spices, timber, leather, and the sea itself, smells that shift and change as the ship moves slowly along the canal. Here the resinous scent of newly cut timber stacked along a dock. There the sharper smell of tanneries. Somewhere else the warm smell of bread baking in ovens set. Back from the water's edge, the sounds, too, change constantly. The calls of dock workers, the creak of ropes and pulleys as cargo is lifted from ship to shore, snatches of music from taverns where sailors gather after long voyages, the cries of seabirds wheeling overhead, drawn by the constant activity and the promise of scraps. Passing through the outer ring of water, he sees the bronze-covered wall rising above him, weathered to a deep, warm patina by exposure to salt air and sun, and beyond it, the second ring, its wall sheathed in tin, catching the light differently, a duller, paler gleam compared to the warm glow of the bronze, almost silver in certain lights, almost gray in others, depending on the angle of the sun and the thickness of the clouds. Within this second ring, he might find the markets where goods from across the known world are exchanged, merchants calling out in a dozen languages, translators moving between groups, currency from different lands being weighed and assessed. For in a kingdom that drew trade from such distances, no single form of payment could dominate entirely, and a merchant might leave with payment in several different forms: coins from one land, weighed silver from another, goods bartered directly for goods. In a third transaction, each exchange a small negotiation of value across cultures. The markets themselves would have been a sensory, overwhelming experience for any visitor. Stalls arranged in winding rows, some selling food, fruits and vegetables piled in baskets, fish still glistening from the morning catch, bread of many kinds, flatbreads and loaves and cakes sweetened with honey, others selling cloth, bolts of fabric in colors achieved through dyes that some merchants guarded as closely as any treasure. Still others selling pottery, tools, jewelry, small carved figures of gods and animals, the kind of objects that ordinary people might purchase as offerings, as gifts, or simply as small pleasures amid the routines of daily life. As he continues inward, passing beneath bridges where chariots rumble overhead, their wheels striking a steady rhythm against the stone, he eventually reaches the innermost ring, where the orichalcum wall blazes with a light unlike anything he has seen before, a metal that seems almost to contain fire within itself, glowing even on a gray day with a warmth that seems to radiate outward, drawing the eye no matter where else one might look. Here, only those with business at the temple or the royal palace are permitted to pass, and our merchant, his goods delivered, might instead make his way to one of the public baths fed by the warm springs, washing away the salt and grime of his journey before seeking lodging in the outer rings, where inns and goose houses cater to the constant flow of visitors, rooms simple but clean. The innkeepers accustomed to travelers from every corner of the world, able to communicate in fragments of a dozen languages, trading news and stories along with bread and wine. Consider also a craftsman, perhaps one who works with orichalcum itself, a profession of great prestige given the metal's sacred associations. His workshop might be located near the mines in the mountains, where the ore is extracted from veins deep within the rock by miners who work in shifts, descending into tunnels lit by oil lamps, the air thick and warm, the sound of pickaxes echoing through passages cut over generations. Or his workshop might be closer to the city, where the finished metal is shaped into the plates that cover the temple walls, the statues that adorn the sacred precinct, and perhaps smaller items, ornaments, vessels, or ceremonial objects used in religious rites. Each piece worked with painstaking care, for to waste even a small amount of orichalcum would be considered, by some, a kind of disrespect toward the god from whom the metal was believed to come. His skill has been passed down through generations, a closely guarded knowledge of how to heat the metal to precisely the right temperature, how to hammer it without cracking, how to achieve the particular fiery glow for which orichalcum was famous, knowledge that might be shared only within families. Master craftsmen training their own children or chosen apprentices, the secrets of the trade passing quietly from one generation to the next, much as the secrets of dyeing, of glassmaking, or of certain metalworking techniques were closely guarded by guilds and families in many real civilizations throughout history. His work is considered not merely a trade but a form of service to Poseidon himself, the metal believed to be a gift from the sea god to the descendants of his sons, and a craftsman who worked with orichalcum might be regarded with a kind of quiet respect even by those who knew nothing else about him, a respect rooted in the sacred nature of the material that passed through his hands. Consider a priest, moving through the temple of Poseidon and Plato, tending to the rituals that mark the passage of time, the changing of seasons, the festivals that bring the population of the city together. His days are structured around routines of maintenance and ceremony, tending to the lamps that burn within the temple, ensuring that offerings are properly prepared, that the sacred groves are tended, that the springs flow freely into their basins. He might spend long hours in quiet study, learning the genealogies of the 10 royal lines, the proper words for each ritual, the precise order in which ceremonies must be performed, knowledge that, like the craftsman's secrets, is passed down through careful instruction, often beginning in childhood, for those born into priestly families. Every 5 or 6 years, according to the account, the descendants of the 10 kings would gather at the central temple, alternating the timing to give equal honor to both odd and even numbers, which the ancients considered significant, numbers themselves carrying meaning beyond mere quantity, embedded in ideas about cosmic order and balance that ran through much of ancient thought. Here, they would perform sacrifices, hunt bulls that roamed freely within the sacred precinct using only staves and nooses rather than weapons of iron, a ritual that would have required considerable skill and no small amount of danger. The kings themselves, or perhaps champions selected to represent them, pursuing these animals on foot through the groves and open spaces of the sacred enclosure. The bulls themselves perhaps descended from herds maintained specifically for this purpose, their lineage as carefully tended as that of the royal families themselves. Once a bull was captured, it would be sacrificed upon the sacred pillar inscribed with the laws of Poseidon, allowing its blood to fall upon the inscriptions as the kings swore their oaths of governance, oaths that bound them to rule according to the laws laid down by the god himself, and to come to the aid of any of their fellow kings whose kingdom faced attack. The ceremony would have been heavy with solemnity. The assembled kings, their attendants, the priests, all gathered in the firelight, the smell of blood and smoke mingling with the scent of incense, the orichalcum walls glowing around them, the colossal statue of Poseidon looking down upon the proceedings with whatever expression the sculptor had given it, perhaps stern, perhaps serene, a presence that would have made the kings acutely aware of the weight of the oaths they were renewing. After these oaths were sworn, the account tells us, the kings would dine together, a feast that might have lasted long into the evening, course after course brought from the kitchens of the temple precinct, wine poured freely, conversation flowing between rulers who, for all their individual territories and individual concerns, shared a common ancestry and a common purpose. And once night fell and the fires of sacrifice had cooled, they would dress in dark blue robes, robes the color of the deep sea itself, and sit upon the ground beside the embers of the sacrifice, and in the darkness, pronounce judgments upon one another, settling disputes and reaffirming the bonds of loyalty that held their confederation together. There is something quietly powerful in this image. Kings who, for most of the year, ruled their own territories with all the authority and ceremony that kingship implied, here sitting upon the ground like ordinary men, in darkness, judging one another not by the light of day, with all its formality, but by the dim glow of dying embers, a setting that perhaps encouraged a kind of honesty, a stripping away of pretense. that the bright formality of daylight ceremony might not have allowed. In the morning, these judgments would be inscribed on tablets of gold and placed within the temple alongside their robes, a record of justice maintained across generations, so that any king, at any point in the future, might consult these records, might see how disputes between his ancestors had been resolved, might draw upon centuries of accumulated precedent in addressing whatever conflicts arose in his own time. A kind of living memory of governance, growing year by year, ring by ring, much like the rings of the city itself. This vision of governance, 10 kings bound by oath, ruling their individual territories but united by shared laws and shared responsibility for the defense of the whole, reflects something of the political imagination of Plato's own time, when Greek city-states often formed alliances and leagues, bound by treaties and shared religious sanctuaries, even as they remained fiercely independent and, all too often, at war with one another. In Atlantis, Plato seems to describe an idealized version of such a confederation, one that functioned, for a very long time, in harmony, its kings ruling not through tyranny, but through a kind of inherited wisdom, the divine blood of Poseidon tempering their human nature. Let us imagine, too, what it might have meant to grow up within such a society, to be a child in Atlantis, learning not only the practical skills that would shape one's adult life, whether farming, trade, craft, or service to the temple, but also the stories, the laws, and the genealogies that bound the kingdom together. Education, in such a world, might have been less a matter of formal schooling in the way we might imagine it, and more a gradual immersion into the rhythms and rituals of the community, children accompanying their parents to the fields, to the workshops, to the markets, learning by watching and doing, while also absorbing, almost without noticing, the songs and stories that carried the history of the kingdom, the tale of Poseidon and Cleito, the deeds of the 10 kings, the meaning of the great ceremonies that marked the turning of the years. For those born into families with particular responsibilities, the priesthood, the royal households, the military, education might have been more deliberate, more structured. Young people apprenticed to elders who would pass down not only practical knowledge, but also the more esoteric understanding required for their roles, the precise words of rituals, the maintenance of records, the strategies of warfare. A young man born into a military family might spend his childhood not only in physical training, learning to ride, to handle weapons, to maintain the discipline required of a soldier, but also in learning the geography of the kingdom, the locations of its harbors and fortifications, the names and territories of the 10 royal lines. Knowledge that would serve him well if he were ever called upon to coordinate the defense of the kingdom alongside soldiers from other regions. The military itself, as described in the account, was organized on a scale that suggests not constant warfare, but constant readiness, an army that existed in part as an expression of the kingdom's wealth and organization, soldiers whose presence was felt throughout the plain and the city, training in open fields, patrolling the canals, standing watch at the harbors, yet who, for long stretches of time, might never see actual combat, their readiness a kind of performance of strength, a visible reminder, both to the people of Atlantis and to any visitors from distant lands, of the kingdom's power. Chariots would have rumbled across the plain during training exercises, the dust rising behind them, the rhythmic sound of horses' hooves carrying across the fields, while along the coast, warships might be seen moving in formation, their crews practicing the maneuvers that, in the account's telling, would eventually be tested in the war against Athens, though for most of Atlantean history, these exercises remained exactly that. Exercises, a kind of ritualized preparation for a conflict that, for generation after generation, never came. Festivals, too, would have marked the rhythm of the year, beyond the great gathering of the kings every 5 or 6 years. Smaller celebrations might mark the planting and harvest of crops, the changing of seasons, the anniversaries of significant events in the kingdom's history, occasions when the markets would be especially crowded, when music and dancing might fill the public spaces of the rings, when offerings would be made not only at the great temple of Poseidon, but at smaller shrines scattered throughout the city and the countryside, dedicated to other gods, to local spirits associated with particular springs or groves, to ancestors whose names were remembered within individual families. In a kingdom built around water, Festivals connected to the sea and to the canals might have held special significance, perhaps ceremonies in which boats were decorated and floated along the canals at night, lanterns reflecting in the water, the entire city, for a few hours, transformed into something that seemed to glow from within. The orichalcum walls of the central ring joined by hundreds of smaller lights scattered across the rings and the plain beyond. But the account also tells us that this divine nature gradually became diluted, generation after generation, as the kings intermarried with mortals, until eventually, the human portion of their nature began to dominate, and with it came pride, ambition, and a desire for conquest that exceeded what justice and wisdom could restrain. It is worth pausing on this idea, this notion of a slow dilution across generations, a kingdom that does not fall through any single dramatic failure, but through a gradual drift, so gradual that those living through it might barely have noticed, each generation only slightly different from the one before, slightly more inclined toward luxury, slightly less patient with the old restraints, slightly more convinced of its own right to whatever it desired. A kingdom that had once been content within its own borders, secure in the favor of the God from whom its kings descended, began, over time, to look outward, to see other lands not as neighbors to be respected, but as territories to be claimed, its great fleets, once a symbol of readiness and protection, becoming instead instruments of expansion, carrying soldiers to shores that had never before seen Atlantean ships arrive with anything other than goods to trade. It was this transformation, this slow drift from divine harmony toward human ambition, that set the stage for the war with ancient Athens, a conflict that, according to the account, arose when the empire of Atlantis, having already extended its reach across much of the known world, turned toward the lands bordering the Mediterranean, seeking to bring them, too, under its dominion. Ancient Athens, in this telling a city far older and, in its own way, far more aligned with justice and wisdom than the Athens of Plato's own day, stood as one of the few powers willing to resist, and according to the account, did so not through equal strength of arms, but through the kind of courage and unity that, in Plato's broader philosophy, was meant to characterize a society governed by wisdom rather than by appetite. The war itself, as Plato describes it, was turned in favor of ancient Athens and its allies, the forces of Atlantis driven back, the threat of conquest lifted from the peoples of the Mediterranean. And yet, the account tells us, this victory was not the end of the story, for soon afterward, both ancient Athens and Atlantis were struck by catastrophe, violent earthquakes and floods that, in a single day and night of destruction, caused the warlike forces of ancient Athens to be swallowed by the earth, and the island of Atlantis itself to sink beneath the sea, disappearing entirely, leaving behind, the account notes, only an impassable barrier of mud, so shallow and thick that ships could no longer sail in that part of the ocean at all, a final, lingering trace of the catastrophe, a sea that remembered, even after the land itself was gone, that something enormous had once stood there and had been, in an instant, taken away. There is a particular quality to this ending that is worth sitting with. The destruction of Atlantis is not presented as a punishment that arrives gradually, with warnings, with opportunities for change, but as something sudden and total, arriving after the moral decline had already been long underway, as though the natural world itself, having absorbed the slow drift of a civilization away from the harmony it once embodied, finally responded all at once, with a violence that matched, in its suddenness, the slowness of what had led to it. A single day and a single night, the account says, was enough to erase a kingdom that had taken thousands of years and countless generations to build, its canals, its rings of bronze and tin and orichalcum, its temple with the colossal statue of Poseidon, all of it gone, not gradually, not through neglect or slow abandonment, but in the span of time it takes for darkness to fall and the sun to rise again. Before we allow ourselves to drift toward that ending, however, let us linger a while longer on the world of Atlantis at its height, when its wealth and power were said to be unmatched, and consider what made it, in the imagination of those who told and retold this story, the richest kingdom the world had ever known. The wealth of Atlantis, according to the account, came from many sources. The island itself was extraordinarily fertile, producing not only the grains and fruits familiar to the Mediterranean world, but also exotic plants and animals found nowhere else, including, the account specifies, elephants, which roamed the marshes and lakes of the island in great numbers. This detail, often overlooked, suggests a land of remarkable biodiversity, a place where the familiar and the exotic existed side by side, where a farmer tending olive trees might, in the distance, see herds of elephants moving across the plain, much as one might imagine the great game reserves of certain regions in our own world, vast creatures moving slowly through the wetlands at the margins of the cultivated fields. Their presence so ordinary to the people of Atlantis that it might barely warrant a second glance, even as it would have seemed, to any visitor from the Mediterranean world, one of the most astonishing sights imaginable. The account also describes the island as producing essentially everything its inhabitants could need or desire. Minerals both common and rare, timber suitable for every kind of construction, food for every kind of animal, whether grazing in pastures or roaming wild in marsh and mountain, and an abundance of fragrant plants, roots, herbs, and fruits, used not only for food but for perfumes and medicines, the kind of resources that, in the real ancient world, were often the most valuable items of long-distance trade. Frankincense and myrrh carried across deserts, spices carried across seas, substances whose value lay not in their bulk but in their rarity and the labor required to obtain them. The mountains, as we have discussed, provided not only orichalcum but other metals as well, along with timber for shipbuilding, an industry that must have been central to Atlantean prosperity given the kingdom's evident maritime power. Imagine the shipyards that such a civilization might have maintained, situated perhaps along the Great Canal or in the harbors of the outer rings. Vast open spaces filled with the skeletal frames of ships under construction, the air filled with the smell of pitch and sawdust, the sound of mallets and saws, workers moving along scaffolding erected around hulls that, when finished, would carry goods and passengers to every part of the known world and, perhaps, to places beyond it. The harbors filled with ships suggest a civilization deeply intertwined with the sea, not merely as a source of food, though fish and other sea creatures certainly fed the population, but as a highway connecting Atlantis to the wider world, a world that, according to the account, included not only the lands around the Mediterranean, but the great continent beyond the ocean. A phrase that has fueled centuries of speculation about what, if anything, the ancients might have known of lands across the Atlantic. We might imagine fleets of Atlantean ships making journeys that, by the standards of the ancient Mediterranean, would have seemed extraordinarily long, voyages measured not in days but in weeks or months, ships provisioned for journeys far beyond the relatively short hops between Mediterranean ports that characterized most ancient seafaring. The shipbuilding traditions of Atlantis would have been, in this imagined world, among the most advanced of their time. Vessels capable of carrying goods across vast distances, navigating by the stars, by the patterns of currents and winds that experienced sailors learned to read over a lifetime at sea. Knowledge passed down through generations of sailing families, knowledge that might never be written down at all, existing instead in the bodies and instincts of men who had spent their lives upon the water, who could sense a change in weather from the smell of the air or the behavior of birds long before any visible sign appeared on the horizon. The Great Canal leading to the city, 300 feet wide and 100 feet deep, suggests that these ships were substantial in size, capable of carrying significant cargo, and the description of warships among the military forces of Atlantis indicates a navy organized not merely for trade, but for the projection of power across the seas that surrounded the island. Fleets that might patrol the waters near Atlantis, escort merchant vessels through dangerous stretches of sea, or, when called upon, carry soldiers and supplies to support the kingdom's territories on distant shores, for the account describes an empire that extended its influence not only across the island itself, but to other islands and to parts of the continents bordering the ocean, a network of territories bound together not by roads, as a land empire might be, but by sea routes, by the movement of ships carrying goods, soldiers, officials, and news between the capital and its distant holdings. If we imagine a traveler from, say, the Bronze Age civilizations of the Eastern Mediterranean, Someone from Egypt or from the Minoan world of Crete, arriving at Atlantis for the first time, what might strike them most? Perhaps it would be the sheer scale of the engineering, the canals and rings of water and land, constructed not by gods alone but, in later generations, maintained and expanded by human hands, a level of infrastructure that would have seemed almost beyond belief, even to civilizations that themselves built pyramids, that constructed elaborate palace complexes with sophisticated drainage systems, that maintained extensive trade networks across the sea. Or perhaps it would be the sheer density of the population, the sense of a city built not outward across a landscape, but inward, layer upon layer, ring within ring, each ring itself densely settled, so that the experience of moving through the city would have been one of constant transition from outer districts crowded with warehouses and workshops to residential rings where ordinary families lived, to the increasingly restricted and increasingly ornate precincts closer to the center, until, at last one arrived at the innermost sanctuary, glowing with orichalcum, where the descendants of gods were said to walk. The civilizations of the real ancient world, after all, achieved remarkable things. Egypt, by the time of its old kingdom, had already constructed the pyramids at Giza, monuments that would remain the tallest structures on Earth for thousands of years, built with a precision that still inspires awe, their massive limestone blocks quarried, transported, and placed with an accuracy that modern engineers continue to study and admire. The Egyptians developed one of the earliest writing systems, a complex bureaucracy capable of organizing labor on a massive scale, and a religious worldview that emphasized continuity, order, and the eternal cycle of the Nile's flooding, which brought fertile soil to the land each year and made agriculture possible in what would otherwise be desert. Egyptian civilization endured, in recognizable form, for an extraordinary span of time, longer than the gap that separates us from the founding of Rome, longer than the entire history of many civilizations that rose and fell in other parts of the world. Pharaohs ruled in succession for thousands of years, their tombs growing more elaborate, their religious practices evolving gradually, their language and writing system remaining in use, in one form or another, across this immense stretch of time. To a Greek visitor in Plato's era, walking among monuments that were already ancient beyond comprehension, structures built by people whose names had been forgotten even by the Egyptians themselves, the sense of standing before something truly timeless must have been overwhelming, an experience of history on a scale that the relatively young civilization of Greece could not match. Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, gave rise to some of the earliest cities in human history. Places like Uruk and Ur, where writing first developed, where the concept of law codes inscribed for all to see first took shape, where ziggurats, massive step temples, rose from the flat landscape as testaments to the religious devotion of their builders. The peoples of Mesopotamia developed sophisticated systems of mathematics, astronomy, and record-keeping, tracking the movements of the stars and planets with a precision that would influence astronomical thought for millennia, dividing the sky into constellations whose names and shapes would echo down through Greek and later traditions, a system of dividing circles into degrees that survives, in modified form, in the way we still measure angles and time today. The cities of Mesopotamia were governed by kings who claimed, in many cases, a special relationship with the gods, rulers whose power was expressed through monumental building projects, through canals and irrigation systems that, much like the canals described in the Atlantis account, transformed the landscape, turning what might otherwise have been arid land into some of the most productive agricultural territory in the ancient world. These civilizations also produced some of the earliest epic literature, stories of heroes and floods, and the search for immortality, tales that, in some cases, share striking similarities with stories that would later appear in other traditions, including accounts of a great flood that destroyed an earlier world, a theme that appears, in one form or another, across many cultures, and which some have connected to the catastrophic flooding that Plato describes as having struck Greece in the distant past, the very floods that, according to the Egyptian priests in his account, erased the memory of earlier Greek civilizations. The Minoan civilization, centered on the island of Crete, flourished during the Bronze Age, building palace complexes of remarkable complexity, decorated with vivid frescoes depicting scenes of nature, ritual, and daily life, including images of bulls that played a central role in Minoan religious practice. An interesting echo, some have noted, of the bull sacrifices described in Plato's account of Atlantis. The largest of these palaces, an enormous complex of rooms, corridors, storerooms, and courtyards, was so intricate that later Greek tradition would remember it as a labyrinth, the home of a monstrous creature, half man and half bull, a story that may itself preserve some distorted memory of the palace's complexity and of rituals involving bulls that were once performed within its courts. The Minoans were skilled sailors and traders, their influence spreading across the Aegean, their ships carrying goods between Crete, the Greek mainland, the islands of the Aegean, and the civilizations of the eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt itself, where Minoan-style artifacts have been found in tombs and palace ruins. Their palaces were equipped with advanced plumbing and drainage systems, channels built into the walls and floors to carry away waste and rainwater, systems that would not be matched in Europe for thousands of years afterward, a level of domestic comfort and sanitation that, when later civilizations eventually achieved something similar, must have felt like a rediscovery of something that had once existed and had been, for a very long time, forgotten. These civilizations, and others like them, the Hittites of Anatolia, the Mycenaean Greeks with their fortified palaces and shaft graves filled with golden treasures, the Phoenicians who would later spread their alphabet across the Mediterranean, rose to great heights, accumulated wealth, built monuments intended to last forever, and yet, in time, each of them changed, declined, or transformed into something else entirely. Their great cities sometimes abandoned, their writing systems sometimes forgotten for centuries until rediscovered by later scholars. The end of the Bronze Age, in particular, saw a wave of disruption across the eastern Mediterranean, a period during which many of these great palace centers were destroyed or abandoned within a relatively short span of time, for reasons that remain debated even now, whether invasion, internal upheaval, drought, earthquake, or some combination of causes that scholars continue to investigate. Entire systems of writing fell out of use. Trade networks that had connected civilizations across vast distances collapsed, and the world that emerged afterward, in many regions, was poorer, less connected, less literate than the world that had come before, a genuine dark age in the most literal sense, a period from which relatively little written record survives, separating the Bronze Age civilizations from the world of Homer and, eventually, of Plato. The memory of such civilizations, preserved imperfectly through oral tradition, through fragments of texts, through ruins half-buried in sand or overgrown by forest, may well have fed into the kind of story that Plato tells, a story of a great civilization that flourished and then, in a moment, was gone. A Greek of Plato's time, looking at the massive stone walls of abandoned Mycenaean fortresses, walls so large that later generations assumed they must have been built by giants or by the one-eyed cyclopes of myth, might well have wondered what kind of people could have built such things and what could have happened to them. Questions not so different from the questions that, centuries later, people would ask about Atlantis itself. When we consider Atlantis in this light, not as a literal historical record to be proven or disproven, but as a story shaped by the experiences and memories of the ancient Mediterranean world, it becomes something richer and more layered. It becomes a vessel for ideas about the rise and fall of civilizations, about the relationship between human pride and divine or natural forces beyond human control, about the fragility of even the greatest achievements when measured against the vastness of time. Plato himself, writing in the 4th century before the Common Era, lived in a world that had already seen civilizations rise and fall, that had seen the great Bronze Age palaces of Greece, the Mycenaean strongholds with their massive stone walls, fall into ruin centuries before his time, their writing system forgotten, their history reduced to legend, remembered only through the epic poems attributed to Homer, poems that themselves blurred the line between history and myth, describing a war at Troy that may have had some basis in real conflicts of the Bronze Age, transformed over centuries of oral retelling into a story of gods and heroes. In this sense, the story of Atlantis fits within a broader pattern of how the Greeks understood their own past, a past layered with memory and myth, where real events and real places could become the seeds of stories that grew, over generations, into something larger than life, populated by gods, heroes, and kingdoms of impossible splendor. Whether Plato drew on specific memories of real places, whether he wove together fragments of stories he had heard about Egypt, about the Near East, about the Bronze Age world that had come before his own, or whether he constructed the story primarily as a philosophical exercise, a way of illustrating ideas about justice, governance, and the consequences of pride, remains, even now, a question without a definitive answer. What we can say is that the story, as Plato told it, was crafted with extraordinary care, with details that go far beyond what a simple allegory would require. The precise dimensions of the canals, the specific metals used in construction, the careful description of governance and ritual, all of this suggests a storyteller deeply invested in creating a sense of place, a world that feels real even as it describes things beyond ordinary experience. A colossal statue of Poseidon, a metal that glows like fire, an island larger than continents, sunk beneath the sea in a single catastrophic event. And it is this sense of place, this feeling of a world fully imagined, that has allowed Atlantis to live on in human imagination for over 2,000 years, surviving the fall of the civilization that first told the story, surviving the long centuries when Plato's works were preserved by scholars in distant libraries, copied and recopied by hand, surviving the rediscovery of ancient texts during later periods of renewed interest in the classical world, when scholars once again turned to Plato's dialogues and found, within the Timaeus and the Critias, this strange and compelling story of a lost kingdom. As we continue to sit with this story, allowing it to settle into our minds the way sediment settles slowly through still water, we might consider the emotional core of what Plato describes. At its heart, this is a story about a civilization that had everything: beauty, wealth, divine favor, engineering marvels beyond compare, and yet, in the end, none of it was enough to prevent its disappearance. The rings of Orichalcum, the temple of Poseidon with its golden statues, the canals filled with ships from distant lands, all of it, according to the account, sank beneath the waves, leaving behind nothing but a story, passed from the priests of Egypt to a Greek lawmaker, passed down through generations of a single family, until it reached a philosopher who wrote it down, ensuring that even if the physical world had erased every trace of Atlantis, the idea of it would endure. There is something deeply human in this. We build, we create, we accumulate, we organize our societies around laws and rituals and shared values, believing, perhaps, that what we build will last, that the structures we create, whether of stone or of social order, will outlive us. And yet history, both the history we know with certainty and the history that exists only in legend, reminds us again and again that nothing is permanent, that even the greatest civilizations are, in the end, temporary, their monuments eventually becoming ruins, their languages eventually becoming silent, their stories eventually becoming the kind of half-remembered legend that Atlantis itself represents. Think of the great library that once stood in the city of Alexandria, founded not long after Plato's death, a vast collection of texts gathered from across the known world, a place that scholars traveled great distances to visit, where, it is said, works by countless ancient authors were preserved, copied, studied, and discussed. Much of this collection, over the centuries, was lost through fire, through neglect, through the slow attrition of time and changing priorities, so that today we know of many ancient works only through references in other texts, titles and authors mentioned in passing by writers whose own works happened to survive, while the originals themselves have vanished entirely, leaving only the faintest outline, a name, a subject, the knowledge that something once existed without any way of knowing what it actually contained. In a sense, every civilization carries within it the seeds of its own eventual disappearance, not necessarily through sudden catastrophe, though catastrophes certainly happen, but simply through the passage of time, through the slow accumulation of changes, political, environmental, cultural, that gradually transform a society into something its earlier inhabitants might not recognize. The Rome that conquered much of the known world eventually gave way to successor kingdoms, its language evolving into the many languages spoken across Europe today, its monuments becoming quarries for later builders, its once great city reduced, for a time, to a fraction of its former population, sheep grazing among the ruins of forums where senators had once debated the fate of an empire. Perhaps this is part of why the story has resonated for so long. It is not simply a tale of a lost city, but a meditation on impermanence itself, on the way that even the most magnificent achievements can be erased, leaving behind only stories, fragments, and the persistent human desire to understand what came before us, to imagine what might have been, and to wonder whether, somewhere beneath the waves, in some form we have not yet found traces of, that lost world might still remain. There is, in this meditation, something that might feel sorrowful, the recognition that everything we know, everything we build, everything we value, exists within a span of time that, however long it might feel to those living through it, is ultimately finite. And yet there is also something quietly comforting in it. The recognition that this has always been true, that every generation has faced this same recognition, has built anyway, has created anyway, has found meaning in the act of building and creating, even knowing that nothing lasts forever, and that the stories we tell, the ideas we pass down, might, in their own way, prove more enduring than the monuments themselves. Just as the story of Atlantis has outlasted whatever physical reality, if any, it might once have described. As we drift further into this story, into the centuries that followed Plato, we find that his account of Atlantis did not remain confined to philosophical discussion. It took on a life of its own, inspiring later writers, scholars, and thinkers who returned to the story again and again, each finding in it something different, something that spoke to their own time and their own questions about the world. In the centuries immediately following Plato, other Greek philosophers debated the meaning of his account. Some treated it as a historical record, to be taken at face value, a memory of a real civilization preserved through an unlikely but plausible chain of transmission from Egyptian temple records to Greek tradition. Others viewed it as an allegory, a philosophical device used to illustrate ideas about the ideal state, about the consequences of moral decline, and about the relationship between human societies and the divine order that, in Plato's broader philosophy, underlies the visible world. Among Plato's own students and their successors at the Academy, this question seems to have been discussed without ever reaching a firm consensus, some accepting the story as Plato presented it, as an account received through Solon and the Egyptian priests, while others suggested that Plato had invented the tale himself, weaving together elements of geography, history, and myth to create something new, a story that served his philosophical purposes regardless of whether any of it had actually happened. This debate, between those who read Atlantis as history and those who read it as philosophy, has never truly been resolved, and in many ways, it is this very ambiguity that has allowed the story to remain so alive across so many centuries. A story that is purely historical might eventually be confirmed or refuted, settled by evidence, and in either case, its mystery would fade. A story that is purely allegorical might remain interesting to philosophers, but would hold little appeal to those searching for lost cities. But a story that exists in the space between, that feels as though it could be history, that is described with the specificity of a place that truly existed, while also carrying the weight of philosophical meaning, becomes something that can be approached from countless directions, by countless kinds of minds, each finding something worth pursuing. As centuries passed, and as the classical world gave way to new eras, new empires, new ways of organizing knowledge and belief, Plato's works were preserved, studied, and transmitted onward, carried through libraries, through the hands of scholars who valued ancient wisdom even as the world around them changed beyond recognition. During periods when much of the classical Greek world was unfamiliar to scholars in parts of Europe, Plato's works, along with those of many other ancient authors, were preserved and studied in other regions, where scholars translated, copied, and commented upon them, ensuring their survival through periods when they might otherwise have been lost entirely. When, eventually, renewed interest in classical learning spread more widely, these texts were rediscovered, translated anew, and studied with fresh enthusiasm, and the story of Atlantis, embedded within Plato's dialogues, was rediscovered along with everything else, ready once again to capture the imagination of readers who, separated from Plato by well over 1,000 years, found in his description of a lost civilization something that still felt vivid, still felt strangely real. The story of Atlantis traveled with these texts, sometimes discussed prominently, sometimes a quieter thread within larger philosophical works, but never entirely forgotten, waiting, in a sense, for later generations to rediscover it with fresh eyes, to ask once again whether such a place could have existed, and if so, where it might be found, and what its disappearance might mean for the civilizations that came after. Each generation that encountered the story brought its own concerns, its own knowledge of geography, its own assumptions about the world, to bear upon it, so that the story of Atlantis became, over time, not a single fixed narrative, but something more like a mirror, reflecting back the preoccupations of whoever happened to be reading it. An ancient story endlessly renewed by the questions each new era brought to it. It is here, at the edge of this long history of rediscovery and reinterpretation, that we find ourselves now, having traveled through the ancient world, through the rise of Greek civilization, through the life and thought of Plato, through the detailed and richly imagined geography and society of Atlantis itself, through reflections on real civilizations whose achievements may have echoed in the story's creation, and through the philosophical questions that the story has raised for over 2,000 years. We have walked, in our imagination, through the canals and rings of the legendary city, have stood before the temple of Poseidon with its statue reaching toward the ceiling, have considered the lives of farmers and merchants and priests and craftsmen, the rhythms of festivals, and the discipline of soldiers who trained for a war that, for centuries, never came, have weighed the wealth of orichalcum and the bounty of a fertile plain large enough to support an empire, have considered how this story might relate to the real achievements of Egypt, of Mesopotamia, of the Minoan world, and have sat with the deeper questions the story raises about impermanence, about pride, about the relationship between human societies and forces beyond their control. And yet, for all that we have explored, the central mystery remains exactly where it began, resting quietly beneath the surface of the sea, in a place no one has ever definitively found, a kingdom that, if it ever existed in any form resembling Plato's account, has left behind no certain trace. Only this story, carried across more than 2 millennia, still capable of capturing the imagination of anyone who hears it, still capable, even now, of drawing the mind toward images of canals glinting in the sunlight, of walls that gleamed with bronze and tin and orichalcum, of a temple where a god statue rose toward a ceiling of ivory and gold. In the time that follows, in conversations and explorations that lie beyond this one, the question of whether Atlantis might have been real, whether it might correspond to some actual place or civilization, whether the rising and falling tides of the Bronze Age Mediterranean might hold clues to where such a story could have originated, becomes its own journey, one that has occupied scholars, explorers, and dreamers for centuries, and continues to occupy them even now, a journey that will lead through volcanic islands and sunken ruins, through theories both carefully reasoned and wildly speculative, through the long history of humans searching for places that may never be found, but which we cannot help but continue to seek. That search, as it happens, does not begin in the ocean at all. It begins on land, or rather, on the shores of a sea that the ancients knew better than any other body of water in the world. It begins in the Bronze Age Mediterranean, in a period so distant from our own that even the most well-preserved ruins of that era look ancient to civilizations that were themselves ancient when Christ was born. And it begins, as so many searches do, not with answers, but with the recognition of a pattern, a shape in the evidence that looks, from a certain angle, remarkably like the outline of something that was supposed to be only a story. To understand why scholars began looking here, we have to first understand what the Bronze Age Mediterranean actually was, not as an abstraction, not as a term in a textbook, but as a living world, a world of ships and harbors and palace kitchens and sacred caves, of merchants who knew the constellations well enough to navigate by them, of farmers who had been working the same terraced hillsides for generations before anyone bothered to write anything down. It was a world astonishing in its interconnection, in the degree to which people who lived very far apart were, nonetheless, bound together by the movements of ships and the appetites of distant markets. And it is this interconnection, this Bronze Age globalism, that forms the backdrop against which the question of Atlantis most interestingly unfolds. The Mediterranean Sea itself is the thing to begin with, because the sea was not, for the people who lived beside it, a barrier. It was a road, a wide, sometimes treacherous, often generous road, but a road nonetheless, one that connected points that would otherwise have been weeks of overland travel apart. A ship sailing from the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, from the harbors of the Levantine coast where the cedar forests of Lebanon came almost to the water's edge, could reach Egypt in a matter of days with a favorable wind. From Egypt, ships could sail westward along the African coast, touching at oases and river mouths, or they could turn northward toward the great islands, Cyprus, Crete, the Cyclades, Sardinia, and beyond. The distance from one end of the Mediterranean to the other, from the coasts of Syria to the Strait of Gibraltar, was vast by ancient standards, but it was not uncrossable, and there is evidence, in the form of goods found far from where they were made, in the form of raw materials carried to places where they did not naturally occur, that people were making these long voyages regularly, purposefully, competently, much earlier than is sometimes assumed. Copper was one of the great drivers of this movement. The Bronze Age gets its name from bronze, an alloy of copper and tin that was harder than either metal alone, useful for tools and weapons in ways that pure copper was not. But copper did not occur everywhere, and tin was even rarer, found in significant quantities only in certain parts of the ancient world. So the Bronze Age was characterized, from its beginning, by the movement of these metals across long distances, copper from Cyprus and other sources, tin from sources more difficult to pin down, but which included regions far to the north and east of the Mediterranean heartland, all of it flowing along trade routes maintained by merchants whose names we will never know but whose goods we have found at the bottom of the sea, in the form of bronze ingots and ceramic jars lying undisturbed on the seafloor for 3,000 years until the right person happened to pass over them with the right equipment. One of the most remarkable discoveries in the archaeology of the Bronze Age Mediterranean is the wreck of a ship found near a cape on the southern coast of what is now Turkey, a vessel that sank sometime around the 14th century before the Common Era, carrying a cargo so diverse and so far-traveled that it reads, when catalogued, almost like a summary of the Bronze Age trade world. Copper ingots from Cyprus, tin ingots of uncertain origin, ebony from Africa, ivory from elephants and hippopotamuses, glass ingots, another precious material in that era, pottery from the Aegean, Canaanite jars that once held resin, stone anchors, weapons and tools made from multiple different metals and technologies. This ship was not going to one place from one other place. It was making a circuit, stopping at multiple ports, taking on goods here and discharging them there, accumulating and redistributing cargo in a pattern that suggests a commercial world of considerable sophistication, with established routes, established relationships, established expectations of what could be found where and what was worth carrying where. This is the world that existed before the palaces fell, before the great disruption that scholars call the Bronze Age collapse, which is itself one of the most fascinating and debated events in ancient history and one we will need to examine carefully in its own time. For now, the point is simply this. The Bronze Age Mediterranean was not a collection of isolated cultures developing separately in their own corners of the sea. It was an interconnected world, and the civilizations within it influenced one another, borrowed from one another, traded with one another, and, not infrequently, fought with one another, in ways that were already rich and complex and multi-layered long before any of the famous civilizations of classical antiquity had risen to prominence. Within this world, one civilization stands apart for our purposes, stands out from the others not because it was necessarily the most powerful or the most populous, but because of where it was and what happened to it. That civilization lived on an island in the southern Aegean, an island of considerable size, mountainous and fertile and well-positioned for both agriculture and seafaring, an island whose name, in the language of the people who lived on it, we do not know with certainty, though we call it by the name the Greeks gave it later, Crete. Crete is a long island, stretching east to west for nearly 250 kilometers, narrow enough that in much of its length you can look from one coast to the other across a spine of mountains that runs along its center, peaks rising to nearly 2,500 meters above sea level. Their highest reaches snow-capped in winter, even as the coasts below bask in a warmth more reminiscent of North Africa than of the northern Aegean. These mountains are not a barrier so much as a presence, a constant backdrop to daily life. Visible from the harbor towns of the north coast, visible from the cultivated plains and river valleys of the interior, their slopes rising steeply from the flat land below, threaded with gorges where rivers run cold even in summer, where cypress trees cling to limestone cliffs, where ancient paths connect upland pastures to the lowlands in routes worn smooth by millennia of shepherds moving their flocks between seasonal grazing grounds. The northern coast of Crete, sheltered somewhat from the full force of the open sea, is where the major harbors of the island developed, where towns grew up along the inlets and bays that provided anchorage for the ships that were, from very early in Cretan history, central to the island's way of life. The sea around Crete is not gentle. The Aegean can be rough, particularly in winter, and the passage between Crete and the Greek mainland to the north, and between Crete and the sea that stretches toward the African coast to the south, involves open water sailing that demands skill, experience, and a willingness to read the weather carefully and trust the reading. The people who became the civilization we now call Minoan, after the legendary King Minos of Greek myth, were people who had been sailing these waters long enough to know them well, to have accumulated generations of knowledge about currents and winds and the behavior of the sea in different seasons, knowledge that gave them advantages that could not easily be replicated by societies with less maritime experience. The Minoans did not appear suddenly. They grew gradually from earlier inhabitants of the island, people who had been farming and fishing on Crete since the Neolithic period, thousands of years before the Bronze Age began, before metalworking transformed the possibilities of tool and weapon making, before the palace complexes that we most associate with Minoan civilization had any equivalents anywhere in the Aegean world. The transition from small farming villages to a more complex society with specialized craftspeople, organized trade, and eventually monumental architecture happened slowly, across centuries, driven by the same combination of factors that tends to produce complexity in human societies: surplus agriculture that allows some people to do things other than grow food, trade that creates wealth and demand for specialized goods, and the organizational demands that trade itself creates: the need to keep records, to measure and weigh goods, to remember agreements and obligations across distances and time. By the time the first great palaces were built on Crete, sometime around 2,000 years before the Common Era, the island was already a place of considerable sophistication. The palaces themselves represent a step change in the scale of human organization on the island, structures so much larger than anything that had come before that their construction must have required new kinds of social coordination, new ways of mobilizing labor and resources, new hierarchies of authority capable of directing work on a scale that no individual village or family could have managed alone. But they were also, in a sense, a natural outgrowth of what had been building for generations, the organizational demands of long-distance trade producing, eventually, institutions capable of organizing not only trade, but everything else that complex societies require. Knossos is the largest and most famous of the Minoan palace centers, and to think about it properly we need to shed the mental image that the word palace tends to summon: a building with a grand facade and ceremonial gates, and a single function as the home of a king. Knossos was not quite like that. It was something harder to categorize, a sprawling complex of rooms and corridors and courtyards spread across a hillside, expanded and modified over centuries, its footprint growing and shrinking as construction replaced older sections and as periodic destructions followed by rebuildings reshaped what was there, so that the Knossos that existed at its peak, sometime around the 17th or 16th century before the Common Era, was the accumulated result of a very long history of human activity on that particular spot, layers of building and rebuilding going back far before the palatial era itself. What strikes most visitors to the ruins of Knossos today, even in their partially reconstructed and admittedly somewhat controversial state, is the sheer density of the place, the sense of having entered a world of extraordinary complexity, of rooms opening onto corridors opening onto other rooms, storerooms lined with enormous ceramic jars capable of holding thousands of liters of olive oil or wine or grain, light wells bringing daylight down into lower floors through openings in the floors. Above, staircases of a sophistication rarely seen in buildings of comparable antiquity, the whole thing organized around a great central court that may have served as a gathering space for ceremonies, markets, athletic events, or all of these at different times. The frescoes that decorated the walls of Knossos, and which survive in fragments that have been painstakingly pieced together by archaeologists and now fill museum cases and wall panels in reconstruction, give the clearest window into what the people of Minoan Crete looked like and how they thought about the world they inhabited. The images are vivid and immediately striking, full of movement and color, depicting subjects that range from the naturalistic to the ceremonial. Dolphins swim across a blue background that seems almost to ripple. Partridges and hoopoe move through stylized grasses and flowers that pulse with a kind of compressed energy, everything slightly intensified, the colors too vivid, the movement too dynamic, as though the painter was trying to capture not just what the world looked like, but how it felt to be alive within it. Young men and women with slender waists and long dark hair engage in the famous bull leaping scenes, figures in various phases of a movement that requires astonishing athleticism, one figure grasping the horns of a charging bull, another somersaulting over its back, a third waiting behind to catch the leaper as they come down. Whether this was an actual practice, a dangerous religious ritual performed by trained specialists, or whether it was already, in Minoan times, a symbolic representation of something more abstract, is a question that has not been definitively answered and perhaps cannot be, given what we have. But the images are so specific, so consistent across multiple sites and across multiple centuries of Minoan art, that it is difficult to imagine them as purely fantastical, the product of imagination alone rather than observation. The Minoan relationship with the bull is one of the things that draws comparisons to Plato's description of Atlantis, where bulls roam freely in the sacred precinct of the central island and are hunted and sacrificed in elaborate ritual. The resemblance is striking enough to have caught the attention of scholars who were already looking for correspondences between the Atlantis account and real Bronze Age civilizations. Bull imagery saturates Minoan culture, appearing in frescoes, in small sculptural figures, in the great stone horns of consecration that stood on palace roofs and at sacred sites, in the rhytons, ritual drinking vessels shaped like the heads of bulls, their eyes inlaid with crystal, their nostrils flared, their expression capturing something of the power and danger that the animal must have represented. Whatever the bull meant to the Minoans, it was clearly central, clearly powerful, clearly tied to whatever it was they considered most sacred. The art of Minoan Crete is also remarkable for the prominence it gives to women. In Egyptian art of the same period, formal scenes tend to be dominated by male figures, pharaohs, officials, priests, with women playing subsidiary roles. In Minoan art, women appear frequently and prominently, presiding over ceremonies, making offerings, gathering, in groups that suggest significant social authority, or depicted in ways that suggest high status rather than marginality. Whether this means that Minoan society was matriarchal or governed by priestesses, or whether it reflects something more complex about the role of gender in Minoan religion and public life, is a matter of ongoing scholarly debate, and we should be careful not to import modern frameworks too readily onto a culture whose actual social structures we can only partially reconstruct. What we can say is that Minoan visual culture took women seriously in ways that are not universal across Bronze Age societies, and this is itself significant, whatever the full explanation might be. Beyond Knossos, the Minoan world extended across the island of Crete in a network of other palace centers, Phaistos in the south, Malea along the northern coast, Zakros on the remote eastern tip of the island, each a substantial complex in its own right, and each suggesting that the organizational model of the palace, as both administrative center and ceremonial hub, was not limited to a single capital but was replicated across the island in a kind of distributed system of authority. Whether these palaces were ruled by a single king based at Knossos, or whether they represented independent polities that cooperated and competed with one another, is another question that the available evidence does not settle conclusively. The absence of fortifications at these sites, at least in the earlier periods of Minoan civilization, has led some scholars to suggest a society that was either unusually peaceful or unusually confident of its security, perhaps because of its island geography and its naval dominance, though this interpretation has been challenged by evidence of violence in other contexts. Outside the palaces, the ordinary Minoans lived in towns and villages spread across the island, their homes typically built of stone and mud brick, sometimes several stories tall, organized along streets that were, in places, paved and drained, a level of urban infrastructure rarely found in contemporary mainland societies. The town at Akrotiri on the island of Thera, which we will come to in some detail, gives the best preserved picture of an ordinary Minoan or Minoan-influenced town, a picture whose extraordinary completeness we owe, with one of history's more ironic gifts, to the very catastrophe that preserved it. A farmer living in one of Crete's river valleys, the Mizara Plain in the south, or one of the smaller agricultural zones along the northern foothills, would have worked a landscape of considerable fertility, growing wheat and barley, olives, grapes, figs, and a variety of legumes, keeping goats and sheep on the hillsides, perhaps pigs in the lower ground, managing the land with the same careful attention to water and slope and season that has characterized Mediterranean agriculture across millennia. The olive was particularly important, not only as a food source but as the basis for olive oil, one of the great products of Minoan trade, essential for cooking, for lighting, for personal hygiene, for ritual purposes, and for the preservation of other foods. A commodity so valuable and so widely wanted that it drove a substantial part of the trading activity that connected Crete to the wider Mediterranean world. A craftsperson working in one of Knossos' workshops might have specialized in any of several dozen crafts, pottery of various kinds, the elegant and distinctive Minoan styles instantly recognizable to anyone familiar with them. Fine fabrics produced on upright looms from wool whose color was set with dyes both local and imported, worked stone vessels carved from obsidian, porphyry, gypsum, and other materials, bronze tools and weapons shaped in workshops that received raw metal from the palace, storerooms and returned finished goods, jewelry of gold and silver and faience, the glass-like material that Minoan craftspeople used with considerable skill to produce beads and ornaments and small figurines of striking quality. The palace complex was, among its other functions, an industrial center, a place where raw materials flowed in and finished goods flowed out, the whole system managed through a writing system, linear A, that we have not yet deciphered, so that the actual records of these transactions remain closed to us, a vast archive of administrative detail that we can see but not read. This writing system is one of the more tantalizing puzzles of Minoan civilization. Linear A appears on clay tablets, on stone offering tables, on small objects, clearly used for record-keeping in a way that strongly resembles the administrative uses of writing in other Bronze Age civilizations. It was eventually replaced, or rather, its script was adapted, by the Mycenaean Greeks who later occupied Crete, who used the same basic script for their own language and created what we call Linear B, which was deciphered in the 1950s by a British architect named Michael Ventris, in one of the great intellectual breakthroughs of 20th century archaeology. The decipherment of Linear B proved that the Linear B tablets were written in an early form of Greek, filled with administrative records of almost bureaucratic dryness, lists of goods, amounts of grain, numbers of animals, names of people, the daily paperwork of a palatial economy. But Linear A, the earlier script from which Linear B was adapted, remains undeciphered, and the language it records remains unknown, a barrier that stands between us and the full complexity of Minoan civilization, a door behind which the Minoans' own account of their world, if they ever committed such a thing to writing, remains locked. A sailor aboard a Minoan trading ship, setting out from one of the northern ports of Crete on a voyage that might take him to Egypt, to the Levantine coast, to Cyprus, to the Greek islands of the Cyclades, would have carried with him the accumulated knowledge of a seafaring culture that had been working these waters for generations. He would have known the seasonal winds, the Etesian winds that blow steadily from the north in summer, predictable enough to be relied upon for outward journeys in one direction and return journeys in the other, The local variations that could be read from the clouds over distant mountains or the color of the water along a particular stretch of coast. He would have known the danger spots, the currents around certain headlands, the reefs that could be seen only in calm weather, the anchorages that offered shelter from particular wind directions. His cargo, on a typical voyage, might include oil in the great storage jars, wine in smaller vessels, fine pottery that was valued not only for its own sake, but as a container, since goods shipped in distinctive and recognizable vessels carried something of a brand identity in the ancient world, and Minoan pottery was distinctive enough to serve this purpose across a wide area. He might also carry textiles, fine fabrics dyed with the expensive purple derived from sea snails that would remain, for millennia, one of the Mediterranean's most prized luxury goods, or raw wool or dyed thread on its way to markets where it would be worked by local craftspeople. In return, he would bring back materials that Crete needed or wanted, metals, timber from the forests of Lebanon for construction purposes, Egyptian linen, Syrian spices, whatever the palace administrators had determined was needed for the next cycle of production. The Minoans were not the only civilization in the Bronze Age Aegean, and their relationship with the peoples of the Greek mainland is one of the more interesting chapters of this period. The mainland Greeks of this era, the Mycenaeans, were, in some respects, less sophisticated than the Minoans, their society organized along more explicitly military lines, their art reflecting a greater emphasis on hunting and warfare, their palaces built with massive defensive walls of a kind that Minoan palaces conspicuously lacked. Yet the Mycenaeans were also deeply influenced by Minoan culture, adopting Minoan artistic styles, Minoan religious practices, possibly even Minoan administrative techniques, and eventually, sometime around the 15th or 14th century before the Common Era, occupying Crete itself, either through conquest or through some more complex process of political change that the evidence does not yet allow us to reconstruct with confidence. The question of what happened to the Minoans, why a civilization of such evident vitality and sophistication declined and was eventually absorbed or replaced, is one of the driving questions of Aegean Bronze Age scholarship, and it connects directly to the island of Thera, which lies about 100 kilometers north of Crete, a distance that a Minoan ship could cover in good weather in perhaps a day. Thera is a remarkable place even now. It is the kind of island that makes an immediate and somewhat unsettling impression, even on visitors who know little about its geological history, because something about its shape and topography signals, at a level below conscious awareness, that this is not an ordinary island. The harbor, one of the most dramatic in the world, is a caldera, the flooded remnant of the volcanic chamber that once lay beneath the island before it catastrophically emptied itself in the eruption that is central to everything that follows. The water in this harbor, deep and dark blue, so deep that anchors cannot reach the bottom in much of it, is surrounded on three sides by cliffs of ash and pumice and dark lava that rise hundreds of meters above the sea, the cross-section of a volcano's interior made visible, its layers telling the story of multiple eruptions across geological time in the same way that a cliff face of sedimentary rock tells the story of environmental change across different spans of time. The island that exists today, the crescent of land that curves around this central water, is a remnant, the remains of what was once a much larger, more continuous landmass, the volcano's rim, the part that survived the catastrophe that hollowed out the interior. Before the Great Eruption, Thera was a nearly circular island, relatively compact, rising to a central peak, fertile, well-watered, a comfortable place by Aegean standards, not as large as Crete, but significant enough to support a substantial population and enough agricultural activity to make it a worthwhile stop on trade routes moving through the southern Aegean. The civilization that existed on Thera before the eruption was closely related to the Minoan world of Crete, though the degree of that relationship is itself a matter of scholarly debate. The people of Thera used the same pottery styles, the same artistic conventions, the same general approach to building and town organization that characterized the broader Minoan cultural sphere, and the town that has been excavated at the southern tip of the island, the site known as Akrotiri after the modern village that sits above it, reveals a community that was clearly part of the wider Mediterranean world, wealthy enough to maintain considerable stocks of imported goods, sophisticated, enough to decorate its houses with frescoes of a quality comparable to anything found on Crete. The excavation of Akrotiri began in earnest in the late 1960s, under the direction of a Greek archaeologist named Spiridon Marinatos, who had been thinking about the relationship between Thera and the Minoans for decades, having formed his own theories about the eruption's significance long before he had the opportunity to test them in the field. What his team found at Akrotiri was extraordinary. A town preserved beneath meters of volcanic pumice and ash, its buildings standing to their original heights in many cases, their walls still bearing the paintings that had decorated them before the eruption buried everything, their streets still running between the houses, their storage areas still containing the pots and jars and tools that had been there when the eruption came. This preservation is owed entirely to the violence of the eruption itself. The pumice and ash that fell on Akrotiri formed a protective casing around the buildings, filling the spaces between walls, supporting roofs and upper floors against collapse, sealing the entire settlement in a kind of airless embrace that prevented the organic decomposition and physical disturbance that would otherwise have erased all traces of wooden elements and fragile materials. It is not unlike the preservation at Pompeii and Herculaneum, which were buried by the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE, though the Duran eruption was far older and the preservation, in some respects, even more remarkable. The town revealed at Akrotiri is dense and urban in character. Its buildings 2 and sometimes 3 stories tall, their facades along the streets relatively plain, while their interiors contained the paintings and the wealth that the plain exteriors concealed. Walking through the excavated streets of Akrotiri today, in the enormous protective shed that covers the site, is one of the stranger experiences available to a visitor to the Greek islands. A genuine encounter with a world frozen at a specific moment in the distant past, more specific than almost any other ancient site outside of Egypt and the buried cities near Vesuvius. A storage room still holds the pots that someone left there when the eruption's warning signs made it clear that it was time to leave. A staircase still rises to an upper story whose floor is missing but whose wall paintings have been detached and moved to museums. A street corner looks, at a certain angle, almost as it must have looked to someone turning that corner 3,500 years ago. The frescoes of Akrotiri are among the most celebrated achievements of the Bronze Age Aegean, and they deserve to be considered in some detail, both for what they show and for what they suggest about the community that created them. The subjects range from the naturalistic to the narrative, from intimate studies of spring flowers and nesting swallows to panoramic scenes that wrap around entire rooms, depicting landscapes, settlements, processions, and what appears to be seafaring in considerable detail. One of the most famous of these paintings, known as the ship miniature fresco, depicts what appears to be a flotilla of ships sailing between two towns, with a landscape in between, and it is the kind of image that, if we could only read it correctly, might tell us a great deal about the world in which it was made, about what settlements looked like from the sea, about how ships were crewed and decorated, about the social meaning of maritime processions and the relationship between communities across water. But we can only read it partially, because the conventions of Bronze Age painting are not always obvious to modern eyes, and the question of whether the image represents a specific event, a generic scene of maritime activity, or something more mythological or ceremonial, is one that scholars have not definitively resolved. Another fresco from Akrotiri shows young boys boxing, their fists wrapped in what appear to be leather gloves, their postures those of trained fighters rather than brawlers, suggesting a formalized athletic culture with rules and equipment and presumably an audience that valued such displays. Another shows fishermen, young and apparently proud, carrying long strings of fish that hang from their raised hands in symmetric pairs, the fish rendered in precise and loving detail that suggests an artist who knew fish well, who had watched them being pulled from the water, and who took pleasure in capturing the particular shape of each species. The fishermen themselves are dark-skinned and thin, their legs long, their faces painted in profile in the convention that Greek and Minoan art shared with Egyptian, and they look out from the wall with an expression that, even across 3.5 millennia, reads as something close to satisfaction. What the frescoes suggest, taken together, is a community with considerable wealth, considerable cultural sophistication, and considerable interest in the world around it, both natural and social. This was not a society living at the edge of subsistence, not people who could afford to devote walls to painting only when they had nothing more pressing to do. The paintings at Akrotiri represent a community that considered art a normal and important part of life, whose members expected to live surrounded by beauty, whose sense of themselves and their world was expressed, in part, through the images they chose to live with. It is a community recognizable, in its basic aspirations, from a great distance of time. And this community, this comfortable and sophisticated and art-loving community, was almost certainly evacuated before the Great Eruption came. This is one of the most significant facts about Akrotiri, and it is important to understand what it means. The excavations have revealed no human remains within the buried town, despite extraordinarily careful searching. In the ruins of Pompeii, by contrast, the bodies of people who were unable to escape are found throughout the excavated areas, preserved in the form of voids in the solidified ash and pumice that can be filled with plaster to recover the precise shape of bodies in their final postures. At Akrotiri, there are none. There are also very few small portable valuables, the kind of jewelry and small metal objects that wealthy households accumulated and that would typically be found scattered through buried ruins if their owners had left them behind. This suggests strongly that the people of Akrotiri had warning, enough warning to gather what mattered most and leave in an orderly fashion, finding boats or rafts or simply walking to higher ground on another part of the island, before the eruption reached its most destructive phase. This warning almost certainly came in the form of earthquakes, which typically precede major volcanic eruptions by weeks or months as the pressure beneath the surface seeks release in smaller seismic events before the main event. The people of Thera would have felt these earthquakes, would have known, from experience or from stories passed down about previous eruptions, what such shaking might portend, and the pattern of the archaeological evidence suggests that at least some of the buildings at Akrotiri were already damaged by these preliminary earthquakes and were in the process of being repaired when the main eruption finally came. A detail that tells us something about the time scale involved, weeks at least between the first warnings and the final catastrophe, time enough for most of the population to get away, but not quite enough for the work of repair to be completed. Where those people went, what happened to them afterward, whether they found new homes on Crete or on other Aegean islands, whether they were absorbed into other communities or maintained some coherent identity as refugees from a lost world, we do not know with any certainty. The eruption that consumed their home was so complete, so total, that there was no returning to what had been there before. The island itself was transformed. Its central mass collapsed into the sea, leaving the crescent remnant and the deep-water caldera that makes modern Thera so dramatically beautiful and so geologically strange. What the eruption was like is something we can reconstruct now with a reasonable degree of scientific confidence, drawing on geological evidence, on the pattern of deposits left by the eruption across a wide area of the eastern Mediterranean, on comparisons with other large volcanic eruptions that have been observed and measured in the modern era, and on the work of volcanologists who have spent decades studying the particular signatures left by the Thuran event in ice cores and lake sediments. In the layers of ash and pumice that blanket a wide arc of the Aegean and eastern Mediterranean seafloor, volcanoes are worth understanding in their own right, not simply as instruments of destruction, but as features of the living earth, expressions of processes that have shaped the planet for billions of years and that continue to shape it now, slowly in some places, catastrophically in others. The Mediterranean basin is, geologically speaking, an active and complicated region, a zone where the slow, grinding movement of the African and Eurasian tectonic plates has, over tens of millions of years, compressed the seafloor, pushed up mountain ranges, created island arcs, and produced a chain of volcanic centers that stretches across the region in a pattern whose underlying logic was not understood until the development of plate tectonic theory in the 20th century. The islands of the Aegean sit, many of them, on this volcanic arc, and Thera is one of its most active members. The volcano that built the island did so over a very long period, through cycles of eruption and dormancy, each major eruption adding new material to the island structure while also, in the most destructive events, removing material from the center, collapsing the volcanic chamber as its contents were expelled, leaving behind the caldera that, filled with seawater, becomes the harbor. This cycle of building and collapse, of eruption and dormancy, is not unique to Thera. Volcanoes across the world follow similar patterns, and the study of those patterns has allowed scientists to develop increasingly accurate models of how volcanoes behave, when they are likely to erupt, and what the consequences of different kinds of eruptions are likely to be. The Great Eruption of Thera was what volcanologists call a Plinian eruption, after the Roman writer Pliny the Younger, who described the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE in a pair of letters that remain, even now, one of the best eyewitness accounts of a major volcanic event ever written. In a Plinian eruption, enormous quantities of material are expelled from the volcano's vent in a column that can rise many tens of kilometers into the atmosphere, a column so tall and so energetic that it carries material above the weather systems of the lower atmosphere into the stratosphere, where it can be distributed by high-altitude winds across very large areas. As this column rises, it also disperses laterally, forming the characteristic umbrella shape that Pliny described seeing above Vesuvius, and that gave the eruption style its name. The scale of the Therain eruption, measured by the volume of material expelled, was almost certainly many times larger than the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE, which was itself large enough to bury several towns and kill thousands of people. Some estimates place the Therain eruption among the largest volcanic events of the last 10,000 years, though the precise ranking depends on measurements whose uncertainties are still debated. What is clear is that the event was enormous by any ordinary standard of comparison, expelling many cubic kilometers of material, generating an eruption column that may have reached 40 or 50 kilometers into the atmosphere, producing atmospheric effects detectable today in the chemical signatures preserved in ice cores drilled from Greenland and Antarctica. The sequence of events that constituted the eruption likely unfolded over a period of days, possibly longer, beginning with the expulsion of pumice, the light, porous volcanic rock that is produced when gas-charged magma is explosively fragmented, and the individual fragments are so full of gas bubbles that they float on water. A thick layer of pumice fell across the island and the surrounding sea, drifting with winds that carried it toward the southeast, toward the coast of what is now Turkey, and toward the eastern Mediterranean, a layer that can be found today on the seafloor in a wide arc downwind of the eruption, its thickness decreasing with distance, but still detectable at remarkable distances from the source. After the pumice, as the eruption intensified, came the main explosive phase, in which the column of gas and ash reached its maximum height, and the material expelled was not pumice but fine ash, lighter particles that could be carried even further by the wind, distributed across a far wider area. This ashfall would have been experienced across the eastern Mediterranean as a gradual darkening of the sky, followed by the settling of fine gray material on every surface, coating rooftops and fields and the surfaces of the sea itself with a layer that, near the eruption, would have been meters thick and sufficient to collapse buildings and kill crops, but that at greater distances, while damaging, would not have been immediately lethal. Then came the collapse. As the eruption expelled the magma from the chamber beneath the island, the chamber walls, deprived of the support that the pressure of the magma had provided, could no longer sustain the weight above them. They failed, catastrophically, and the central section of the island, the bulk of the volcano that had risen above the sea, collapsed downward into the emptying chamber in a matter of minutes. This collapse, generating one of the most powerful acoustic events imaginable, a sound that may have been audible across much of the Mediterranean world, also displaced an enormous volume of water, generating the tsunamis that are one of the most significant consequences of the eruption for the civilizations that surrounded the Aegean. Tsunamis generated by volcanic collapse of this kind are different from the tsunamis generated by underwater earthquakes, which tend to produce long, relatively low waves that travel at great speed across open ocean. Volcanic collapsed tsunamis can produce shorter, steeper waves that are particularly devastating in confined bodies of water where their energy cannot dissipate as freely. The Aegean is a relatively enclosed sea, and the tsunamis generated by the Therain collapse would have reached the coastlines of Crete, of the Greek mainland, of the other Aegean islands, and of the coast of what is now Turkey within hours of the collapse. How large these waves were when they reached Crete, the island that concerns us most for the purposes of the Atlantis question, is a matter that scholars have debated extensively, and the scientific evidence, while strongly suggesting that significant tsunamis occurred, does not allow precise reconstruction of wave heights at specific locations. The coastline of northern Crete, where the major Minoan ports were located, would have been the first part of the island reached by waves traveling from the direction of Thera. Harbors and coastal installations, ships in the water, boats drawn up on beaches, warehouses filled with goods awaiting shipment. The entire maritime infrastructure of the Minoan world that lined these shores. All of this would have been vulnerable to waves of even moderate height, because the danger of a tsunami is not simply its height in open water, but the degree to which it floods inland when it reaches shore, carrying with it whatever was in its path, and the degree to which the retreating water then pulls back what it had rushed over, a double motion of advance and withdrawal that the seafloor records, in some cases, as a distinctive layer of mixed material, marine sediments and terrestrial debris jumbled together, which is exactly what geologists have found in certain locations on and around Crete. The combination of these effects, the ash fall, the tsunami damage to coastal infrastructure, the possible disruption of agricultural systems from ash deposition, the psychological shock of an event that must have seemed, to anyone who witnessed it, as close to the end of the world as anything imaginable, would have fallen upon the Minoan civilization at a moment when its trajectory, over the following centuries, would be sharply interrupted. The period after the eruption sees, in the archaeological record, significant disruption at Minoan sites, damage that is followed, in some cases, by reconstruction, but in others by apparent abandonment, a pattern consistent with severe disruption rather than simple continuation. And then, within a century or two of the eruption, the Mycenaeans appear on Crete. Whether their appearance represents a conquest, a peaceful taking of advantage of a weakened society, or something more gradual and complex, is debated, but the result is clear. The Linear B tablets that replace the undeciphered Linear A at Knossos are written in Greek, and the rulers of Crete in the later Bronze Age, or at least the rulers of Knossos, were Mycenaeans rather than the indigenous Cretan population that had developed Minoan civilization over millennia. This is the broad picture. The Minoan civilization at the height of its sophistication, the enormous eruption of Thera, the disruption that followed, the eventual disappearance of the distinctly Minoan world. It is a story of a great civilization, centered on an island, at the height of its power, and then, through a combination of catastrophic events and subsequent political changes, gone. And when Marinatos, the archaeologist who excavated Akrotiri, looked at this story and then looked at Plato's account of Atlantis, he saw something that seemed to him more than coincidence, a family resemblance between legend and reality that he found compelling enough to build a scholarly career around. The argument for a Minoan or Theran origin for the Atlantis story runs roughly as follows. Plato describes an island civilization of remarkable sophistication, naval power, and cultural achievement, which was destroyed in a single catastrophic event involving both warfare and natural disaster, and which sank beneath the sea. The Minoan civilization was an island civilization of remarkable sophistication, naval power, and cultural achievement, whose decline was associated with, among other things, a catastrophic natural disaster, the Theran eruption, and which was eventually absorbed by other cultures, effectively disappearing as a distinct entity. The parallels are real, and the question of whether they are meaningful is one that reasonable scholars disagree about. The most compelling version of the argument does not require that Plato was directly describing Minoan civilization as it actually was, with accurate historical details, but only that the memory of what had happened in the Aegean during the Bronze Age survived, in distorted form, through the centuries that separated the Bronze Age collapse from Plato's own time, and that this memory, however transformed, contributed to the shape of the story Plato told or received. This is a more modest and more defensible claim than the assertion that Atlantis simply is Minoan Crete, and it is worth examining carefully how such a memory might have been preserved and transmitted across the roughly 900 years that separate the peak of Minoan civilization from Plato's writing. 900 years is a very long time for a story to survive in an oral culture, a culture without writing or with writing used only for administrative purposes rather than for preserving historical narrative. The Greeks of the Bronze Age, the Mycenaeans, did have writing, the Linear B script, But as the clay tablets that survive in the linear B corpus show, they used it primarily for administrative record-keeping of the most practical kind, and not for preserving historical traditions, myths, or stories of the kind that might carry the memory of a great civilization's fall. When the Mycenaean palaces themselves collapsed at the end of the Bronze Age, the use of writing collapsed with them, and Greece entered a period of several centuries without written records of any kind, during which the complex Bronze Age world that had preceded this collapse survived only in memory, transmitted orally through generations of people who remembered that something great had once existed. Though the specific details became increasingly obscure, increasingly mythologized, increasingly transformed by the demands of the storytelling traditions through which they passed. This is the period that scholars call the Greek Dark Ages, though the term is somewhat misleading in that it implies a greater degree of cultural impoverishment than actually existed, since people continued to farm and trade and build and tell stories even without palace bureaucracies and written records. What collapsed was not civilization itself, but a particular kind of complex, palatial, literate civilization, and what replaced it was simpler, more decentralized, but still culturally active, producing the oral traditions that would eventually, centuries later, be written down by Homer and others, traditions that preserved distorted but real memories of the Bronze Age world, of kings who ruled from great palaces, of cities of gold and bronze, of a war fought across the sea, of gods who walked among men. The question, then, is whether the memory of the Minoan world and the Varan eruption could have survived through this process of oral transmission, become embedded in the broader Greek mythological tradition, and eventually found its way, in the form of the story Plato tells, into the written record. This is possible. It is not provable, in the sense that we cannot trace the specific route by which any particular memory traveled from the Bronze Age into Plato's dialogues. But it is consistent with what we know about how oral traditions work, about how real events become encoded in stories that change over time, while retaining certain structural or thematic echoes of what actually happened. The study of oral tradition and collective memory is itself a field of considerable complexity, one that has produced important insights into both the resilience and the fragility of historical memory in non-literate or pre-literate societies. The resilience of oral tradition is sometimes remarkable. Stories told around fires in communities without writing have been shown, in some cases, to preserve memories of events that occurred hundreds or even thousands of years before the stories were recorded, memories encoded not in precise factual detail, but in structural patterns, in the shapes of stories, in the persistence of certain images and themes that keep returning across generations of retelling. The fragility of oral tradition is equally real. The precise details of events change rapidly over just a few generations of retelling. Names are confused, timescales collapse or expand, events from different eras merge together. The motivations of actors are reinterpreted in light of later values and assumptions. The geographer whose work traces a real coastline through a story told by people who once traveled that coastline, but whose descendants have forgotten the specific geography, will find not a map, but a dream of a map, with certain recognizable features embedded in a context that has been reshaped by everything that has happened in the interval between the original journey and the telling of the story. There are fascinating examples from around the world of oral traditions that appear to preserve memories of geological events, events so dramatic, so far outside the normal range of human experience, that they leave deep impressions in collective memory and resist the usual processes by which stories become generic and lose their specificity. In Australia, indigenous oral traditions from several different groups describe landscapes that were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. When sea levels around the Australian coast rose by significant amounts as the glaciers melted, flooding coastal areas and displacing communities that had lived on the now submerged land. Geologists and anthropologists working together have identified these submerged landscapes in the archaeological and bathymetric record and found that the oral traditions describing them are, in their broad outlines, consistent with what the geological evidence shows happened, a correspondence that suggests the memories of those events survived in oral tradition for something on the order of 7,000 years or more. This does not mean that every detail in such traditions is accurate. or that the traditions have not been transformed over the millennia in the ways that oral traditions always are transformed. It means only that the most dramatic events, the disappearance of familiar coastlines beneath the sea, the flooding of lands that had been home, the loss of places that people had known and loved, can leave impressions in collective memory deep enough to survive the ordinary attrition of time, though always in forms that reflect the cultural frameworks and storytelling conventions of the people who carry them. Volcanic eruptions are another class of events dramatic enough to leave such impressions. The eruption of Mount Mazama in what is now the state of Oregon, which occurred roughly 7,000 years ago and created Crater Lake, appears to be recorded in the oral traditions of indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest, who describe a great battle between sky and earth, a catastrophe of fire and darkness, that corresponds in certain ways to what the geological evidence tells us about the eruption. Similar correspondences have been identified between volcanic events and oral traditions in Iceland, in Vanuatu, in New Zealand, in Indonesia, where the Great Eruption of Krakatoa in 1883, though it occurred in the historical period and was widely documented, has already become the basis for oral traditions that differ in their details from the documented record in ways that illustrate, in compressed form, the processes by which historical events become mythologized over time. The Duran eruption would have been, by any measure, one of the most dramatic events experienced by any Bronze Age Mediterranean society, visible from enormous distances, audible perhaps across much of the Aegean, generating tsunamis that reached inhabited coastlines, producing atmospheric effects that darkened skies and may have disrupted agricultural seasons across a wide region. An event of this scale, experienced by a civilization as sophisticated and as interconnected as the Minoan world and its neighbors, would have created memories powerful enough to persist through many generations and to influence the stories that later peoples, including eventually the Greeks, told about catastrophes and lost civilizations. The Mycenaean Greeks, who were in close contact with the Minoan world before, during, and after the Duran eruption, would have had their own traditions about what had happened, traditions that mixed with the stories carried by Minoan refugees and survivors, and with the evidence visible in the landscape, the ruined towns on Crete, the changed shape of Thera, the traces of the catastrophe still readable in the world around them, and carried these mixed memories forward into the centuries of the Dark Ages and beyond. These memories would have been reshaped by the collapse of the Bronze Age world itself, which occurred sometime in the late 12th and early 11th centuries before the Common Era, a broader catastrophe that swept away not only the Mycenaean palaces, but also the palace cultures of the Hittites in Anatolia and various city-states along the Levantine coast, a collapse so comprehensive that it constitutes one of the great unsolved problems of ancient history. The Bronze Age collapse, as it is called, was not a single event but a process, unfolding over several decades, involving a complex mixture of factors that historians and archaeologists continue to argue about. The traditional explanation, based on texts from the Hittite archives and Egyptian inscriptions, invoked the Sea Peoples, groups of migrants or raiders who appear in the records of several Eastern Mediterranean civilizations around this time, described as having swept through the coastal regions from the north, destroying cities and kingdoms as they went. More recent scholarship has complicated this picture, emphasizing the role of drought, which environmental evidence suggests affected the Eastern Mediterranean during this period, reducing agricultural yields and straining the economic systems that supported palatial civilization, and of internal social disruptions that may have been building for some time before the final collapse. Whatever the precise causes, the result was a transformation of the Mediterranean world so profound that the civilizations that emerged on the other side of it bore only partial resemblance to what had come before. Cities that had been thriving centers of trade and culture became ruins. Writing systems that had served as the foundation of administrative complexity were forgotten. Trade networks that had connected the Eastern Mediterranean with distant sources of copper and tin and timber shrank, contracted, and in some places disappeared entirely. The knowledge of how things had been organized, the accumulated institutional memory of palatial civilization, was lost along with the palaces themselves, replaced by simpler, less literate, less interconnected societies that built new traditions from the fragments of the old. It was out of this disruption that the Greeks of the historical period emerged, carrying with them a mythology shaped by the memories and the misunderstandings of the Dark Ages. A mythology filled with heroes who fought at Troy and sailed across strange seas, with gods who intervened directly in human affairs, with stories of great kingdoms and terrible catastrophes that may preserve, in distorted form, something of the actual history of the Bronze Age world that had preceded the collapse. The Trojan War, which Homer would eventually turn into one of the greatest works of oral poetry in any tradition, is now generally understood to preserve some kernel of historical reality, some memory of conflict in the region of what is now northwestern Turkey that mattered enough to the Bronze Age Greeks to be remembered and retold through centuries of subsequent darkness, transformed in the retelling into something at once more heroic and less historically precise than whatever actually happened. If the Trojan War could survive in memory, distorted but real, through the Dark Ages and into the era of writing, then so, potentially, could the memory of the Minoan world, of the great island civilization to the south that had once been the most sophisticated presence in the Aegean, whose palaces and ships and paintings and administrative systems had shaped the culture of the entire region. The Greeks who settled Crete in the centuries after the Bronze Age collapse would have found traces of the civilization that had preceded them, ruins of palaces, fragments of pottery, perhaps stories told by people whose ancestors had lived through the Minoan period. These traces, physical and oral, would have fed into the mythology that grew up around the island, including the myth of Minos, who was remembered in Greek tradition as a great king, a lawgiver, a ruler of the seas, a figure so powerful that his name became a kind of title rather than a personal name. The Minos of Greek legend perhaps being a composite of many different rulers across many generations of Minoan history. The labyrinth associated with Minos in Greek tradition, the maze-like structure in which the Minotaur, half man and half bull, was imprisoned and fed on human sacrifices from Athens, has been interpreted by many scholars as a mythologized memory of the palace of Knossos itself, whose complex plan might well have seemed labyrinthine to later visitors familiar only with simpler structures, and whose elaborate bull iconography might have contributed to the tradition of a monster with a bull's head. This interpretation cannot be proven, but it is coherent, and it illustrates the kind of transformation through which historical memory becomes mythology over time. The specific replaced by the symbolic, the real, replaced by the marvelous, the administrative complexity of a palatial economy replaced by the image of a maze from which there is no escape. Archaeology, the discipline that more than any other has illuminated the Bronze Age Mediterranean and its relationship to later traditions, is worth thinking about carefully in its own right, both for what it can tell us and for what it cannot. The practice of reconstructing vanished worlds from physical remains is, at its core, an act of interpretation. And interpretation always involves uncertainty, the gap between what the evidence shows and what it means never entirely closing, no matter how careful or how thorough the analysis. The tools of archaeology are extraordinarily varied. The reading of stratigraphy, the study of the layers of soil and debris that accumulate over time and that preserve, in their sequence, a record of what happened when. The analysis of pottery, whose styles change in ways that can be dated and whose distribution across sites records patterns of trade and contact. The study of animal bones, which reveal what people ate and how they managed their livestock. The analysis of plant remains, which tells us what crops were grown and what wild plants were gathered. The decipherment of inscriptions, where writing exists. The reconstruction of buildings from their foundations and collapsed remains. The chemical analysis of metals, which can identify the sources from which ores were obtained and thus map trade routes. The study of isotopes in human bones, which can reveal where individuals grew up and whether they moved during their lifetimes. All of these tools, and many others, have been applied to the question of what actually happened in the Bronze Age Aegean and what relationship those events might have to the story of Atlantis. The result is a picture of considerable complexity and partial clarity, a world that we understand much better than we did a century ago, but that still contains vast regions of uncertainty, questions that the available evidence cannot settle, details that are missing and may always be missing because the passage of time and the accidents of preservation have made them irrecoverable. The challenge of interpretation in archaeology is not simply that the evidence is incomplete, though it always is. It is also that the evidence speaks a different language than the questions we bring to it, a language that requires translation, and translations can go wrong. A layer of burned material in a Bronze Age building can mean a deliberate destruction, an accidental fire, a ritual burning, or many other things, and distinguishing between these possibilities requires the kind of contextual reasoning that is always, to some degree, provisional, open to revision as new evidence emerges. The finding of an Egyptian artifact at a Minoan site tells us something about the connection between Egypt and Crete, but not, by itself, what that connection was. Was the artifact traded, gifted, looted, carried by a traveler, or something else entirely? These interpretive challenges are not weaknesses of the discipline, but features of the kind of knowledge that archaeology produces, knowledge that is genuinely hard-won, genuinely illuminating, and genuinely honest about its own limits in a way that the stories we tell about the past, including the Atlantis story, often are not. Archaeology teaches a kind of epistemic humility, an awareness that the full truth of what happened in any given place and time is almost certainly more complex and more surprising than any reconstruction we can offer from the fragments that survive. This humility is worth keeping in mind when we consider some of the famous cases in which places or events that seemed purely legendary later proved to have genuine historical foundations, because these cases cut both ways. They suggest that we should take ancient traditions seriously as potential repositories of historical memory, while also reminding us how different the historical reality often is from what the tradition describes, how much transformation and mythologization occurs between event and story, between reality and legend. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Hisarlik in what is now northwestern Turkey, beginning in the 1870s, represent perhaps the most famous example of this kind of discovery. Schliemann, a German businessman with an obsession with Homer and a considerable personal fortune, believed that the Iliad and the Odyssey preserved real memories of a real war fought at a real place. That Troy was not merely a poet's invention, but a city that had actually existed, and that could be found. His contemporaries in the scholarly world were largely skeptical, and his actual excavating methods were, by modern standards, catastrophically destructive, bulldozing through layers of remains that we now know contained centuries of history in his eagerness to reach the layer he associated with Homer's Troy. But the city was real. Hisarlik preserves the remains of multiple successive settlements, built and rebuilt over millennia on a strategic hilltop commanding the entrance to the straits that connect the Aegean to the Black Sea, a position of such obvious commercial and military importance that it is no surprise that people kept building there. One of these layers, a settlement that shows evidence of destruction by fire, corresponds to a period consistent with the time frame that the Greek tradition assigned to the Trojan War, and while the specific events described by Homer almost certainly bear only a distant resemblance to whatever actually happened at that particular place and time, the underlying historical reality of a significant Bronze Age settlement at that location, important enough to be remembered in tradition, seems beyond serious doubt. The discovery of the Mycenaean palace at Mycenae itself, the great hilltop citadel whose massive stone walls were visible to anyone who passed by, had never really been in doubt as a historical place. But the discovery by Schliemann of the shaft graves filled with golden objects, the famous gold masks and weapons and jewelry, confirmed the extraordinary wealth of the Mycenaean rulers that Greek tradition had always remembered and that classical Greeks had attributed to mythological origins, since they could not conceive of how ordinary human beings might have accumulated such things. More recently, the decipherment of Linear B proved that the Bronze Age Greeks were literate, that they maintained complex administrative systems, that their palaces were genuine centers of economic and political power rather than mythologized versions of simpler tribal chieftainships, and that the world Homer described, whatever its differences from historical reality in specific details, was rooted in a genuine Bronze Age culture whose character was broadly consistent with what the epics portrayed. These discoveries, and others like them, have produced a shift in scholarly attitudes toward ancient traditions, a greater willingness to take mythological narratives seriously as potential repositories of historical memory, combined, importantly, with an equal awareness that the relationship between myth and history is never simple, never straightforward, always requiring careful analysis rather than naive acceptance. Applied to the Atlantis question, this more nuanced attitude toward ancient traditions suggests neither that Plato's account should be taken as a literal historical record, nor that it should be dismissed as pure invention with no historical content. It suggests, instead, the more interesting possibility that the story exists somewhere in between, shaped partly by philosophical purposes, partly by literary conventions, and partly by the accumulated weight of historical memory reaching back through centuries of oral tradition to events that were real, though far different in their actual character from the way they are described in Plato's account. The specific elements of the Atlantis story that seem most consistent with what we know about the Bronze Age Aegean are worth enumerating carefully, not to make an argument, but to lay out the terrain of the question. The Great Island Civilization, sophisticated and maritime. The central role of the sea in economic and cultural life. The elaborate architecture and the use of precious materials in construction and decoration. The importance of religious ritual involving bulls. The sudden and catastrophic disappearance associated with natural disaster. The fact that the story was said to have been preserved by the Egyptians, who did indeed have contact with Minoan Crete and who might, in principle, have preserved some memory of the Bronze Age disruptions. The location of the catastrophe somewhere in the broader Mediterranean world, even if the specific geography of Plato's account does not match Crete or Thera with precision. Against these correspondences must be set significant differences. Plato places Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in the Atlantic Ocean, while Crete and Thera are squarely within the Mediterranean. He describes the island as larger than Libya and Asia combined, while Crete and Thera are islands of quite modest size. The time frame he assigns to the story, 9,000 years before Solon's visit to Egypt, places the events far earlier than any realistic estimate for the peak of Minoan civilization or the Theran eruption. The geography of the legendary city, with its concentric rings of land and water, does not obviously match the actual geography of any known Bronze Age site, though the caldera of Thera has inspired some speculative comparisons. These differences are real, and they are important. Any theory that the Atlantis story preserves a historical memory of the Bronze Age Aegean has to account for them, and the accounts that have been offered are more or less convincing, depending on one's tolerance for the kind of transformation that oral tradition and philosophical adaptation might introduce. The scale discrepancy, for instance, might be explained by the kind of exaggeration that attaches to legendary accounts over time, the same process by which a significant battle becomes an epic confrontation and a successful king becomes a semi-divine hero. The geographic displacement, placing the island beyond the Pillars of Hercules rather than within the Mediterranean, is harder to explain but not impossible if we consider that the Pillars of Hercules represented, for the Greeks, the edge of the known world, the boundary beyond which lay the unknown, and that placing a legendary civilization beyond that boundary was a way of emphasizing its antiquity and its distance from the familiar world rather than a precise geographic statement. The time discrepancy is perhaps the most interesting of the differences, because 9,000 years before Solon would place the events of the Atlantis story roughly around 9,600 BC, deep in the prehistoric period, long before any civilization recognizable from the archaeological record. Some scholars have suggested that there may have been a confusion of units in the transmission of the story, that what was 9,000 years for the Egyptian priests might have been 900 years in the original account, a simple misplacement of a zero that would bring the time frame much closer to the actual Bronze Age. Others have suggested that the Egyptian priests, if they existed at all as described, may have been working from records that were themselves already inaccurate or that used a different system of chronological reckoning. These explanations are possible but speculative, and they illustrate the difficulty of working with a story that comes to us through such a long and uncertain chain of transmission. What seems clear, taking all of this together, is that the Minoan and Theran hypothesis for the origins of the Atlantis story represents one of the most historically grounded and archaeologically supported of the many theories that have been proposed, but that it is far from a settled question, and that the evidence can be interpreted in multiple ways by scholars of good faith and considerable expertise. The bronze-sheathed walls, the bull's sacrifices, the maritime empire, the catastrophic disappearance. These are real correspondences with real historical phenomena. But the geographic and chronological discrepancies are also real, and they prevent the identification of Atlantis with any specific known civilization from being more than a hypothesis, however suggestive. The search, in other words, continues, as it has continued since the story was first written down, always finding new evidence to consider, always generating new interpretations to test against that evidence, always leaving open the possibility that the next discovery, the next excavation, the next analysis of sediment cores or ice cores or ancient manuscripts might shift the picture in ways that none of the current participants in the debate can quite foresee. The seabed of the Aegean, explored in greater detail with each passing decade as the technology of underwater survey improves, holds its own record of what happened during the Bronze Age, a record written not in words, but in the physical evidence of shorelines and trade routes and submerged settlements. A record that we are only beginning to read fluently, and that promises to change our understanding of the Bronze Age world in ways that will inevitably bear on the question of what Plato knew, or thought he knew, when he sat down to write about a kingdom that vanished in a single day and a single night. The sea itself is worth dwelling on for a moment. The actual physical sea, the Mediterranean as it is experienced not from a book or a map, but from the deck of a ship or from a coastal hillside on a clear afternoon. Because so much of the evidence and so many of the stories we are discussing concern people whose relationship to the sea was immediate and daily in a way that is difficult for most people today to fully inhabit. The Mediterranean is a sea of remarkable variation, from the glassy, crystalline waters of sheltered coves along the Aegean's island-dotted eastern reaches to the long swells of the open sea south of Crete, from the nearly tideless harbors of its eastern shores to the straits where tidal currents can run fast and unpredictable. Its color changes with depth and with weather, from the pale turquoise of shallow water over white sand or pale limestone to the deep, almost improbable blue of open water many hundreds of meters deep, the blue that Homer called wine dark and that, even now, to be a slightly different blue than any other sea. To sail the Mediterranean in an ancient ship, a vessel of perhaps 20 to 30 meters in length, propelled by a square sail in favorable winds and by oars when the wind failed or was contrary, was to be very much at the mercy of the weather in a way that modern sailors, with their engines and their weather forecasts, are not. The Etesian winds, the steady northerlies that blow across the Aegean in summer, were both a blessing and a constraint. Favorable for sailing from north to south, they were an obstacle to be overcome when traveling the other direction, requiring ships to use oars or to wait at anchor in protected harbors for a shift in the weather. Ancient sailors knew these patterns well enough to plan their voyages around them, setting out in certain directions only at certain seasons, timing departures to catch the winds that would carry them where they wanted to go rather than fighting against what could not be overcome. The harbors of the ancient Aegean were therefore gathering places in a way that modern ports, where ships can come and go in almost any weather, are not quite. Sailors waiting for favorable winds accumulated in harbors for days or weeks, mixing with other sailors from other places, exchanging information about conditions along different routes, about the political situations in distant ports, about the prices of goods in markets they had recently visited, about the remarkable things they had seen or heard on their travels. These harbor conversations were one of the main channels through which information and stories moved through the ancient world, and they are, in a sense, one of the main channels through which the stories that eventually fed into the Atlantis tradition could have traveled. Bronze Age sailors and merchants carrying news of catastrophes and lost places and extraordinary civilizations encountered in distant waters. News that accumulated and transformed over generations into the mythological traditions that Greek poets and storytellers would eventually draw upon. The island of Thera sits in the middle of the Aegean, roughly equidistant from the coast of mainland Greece, from Crete to the south, from the coast of Asia Minor to the east. It was, before the eruption, a natural stopping point for ships moving between these different coasts, its harbors convenient, its farms presumably capable of supplying provisions to vessels that needed to replenish water and food before continuing. The community at Akrotiri, with its evident wealth and its frescoes showing ships in what appear to be festive or ceremonial contexts, was a community that understood itself in maritime terms, that thought of the sea as both highway and identity, and that would have been embedded in a network of relationships with sailors and merchants from across the Aegean. The people who were evacuated from Thera before the eruption did not simply disappear. They went somewhere, carrying with them the memories of what their home had been, the specific topography of their island with its hills and its harbors, the specific character of their community with its particular architecture and its particular way of life. If they settled on Crete or on other Aegean islands, they brought these memories with them, and those memories would have become part of the collective tradition of the communities that received them, stories of a place that no longer existed, of a beautiful island that the earth had swallowed, or the sea had claimed, or the fire from below had taken away. These stories, carried by refugees and their descendants, would have been among the most vivid and emotionally charged narratives in circulation, because they concerned not ancient history, but recent catastrophe, the loss of home within living memory. And they would have been told in the presence of physical evidence. The changed shape of Thera visible to any ship that approached the area, the absence of the island that had been there before, the floating pumice that drifted across the sea after the eruption and would have been encountered by ships from Crete and other islands for months or perhaps years afterward, the ash that had fallen on fields and roads, the tsunami damage visible in coastal communities that had been flooded and partially rebuilt. This physical evidence would have reinforced the stories, given them a specificity and an immediacy that purely narrative traditions lack. And this combination of story and physical evidence is precisely the combination most likely to create lasting collective memories. We can imagine, though of course we cannot know, how such stories might have sounded in the generations immediately following the eruption. They would have been specific, an island that lay in such a direction from Crete, that had particular features, that the speaker's grandmother had visited as a child, that had been home to relatives or trading partners, or known by name. Over time, as the immediate witnesses died and their children and grandchildren carried the stories forward, the specificity would have begun to blur, names and details dropping away, the story becoming more general, more archetypal, the specific island becoming a great island, the specific eruption becoming a great catastrophe, the specific people who were lost becoming a great civilization that was taken by the sea. This process of generalization and mythologization is not a failure of memory, but a feature of it. The way that oral tradition transforms specific events into patterns of meaning that can be carried forward and applied to new situations. A story about a specific island that was destroyed becomes a story about the fragility of human achievement, about the unpredictability of nature, about the gods' power over the affairs of men, and in this more general and more meaningful form, it can travel further and last longer than the specific details that gave rise to it. The story of Atlantis, as Plato tells it, has exactly this quality. It is specific enough to feel real, but general enough to carry philosophical meaning. A combination that suggests a story that has been through exactly this kind of transformation, specific events processed through generations of retelling into a form that can carry both historical memory and moral significance. The transmission of such a story from the Aegean to Egypt, and from Egypt eventually back to Greece in the form in which Plato presents it, would have required exactly the kind of Mediterranean-wide networks of contact and communication that the Bronze Age trade world provided. Egypt was in regular contact with the Aegean throughout the Bronze Age, a contact evidenced by finds of Aegean pottery and Minoan-style frescoes in Egyptian contexts, by Egyptian objects found on Crete and in Mycenaean tombs, and by Egyptian textual references to peoples of the Aegean. The city of Sais, where the Egyptian priests in Plato's account are said to have spoken with Solon, was a real city, one with long connections to the Mediterranean trading world, and the suggestion that Egyptian temples might have preserved records of events in the wider Mediterranean world is not inherently implausible. Given the Egyptians' demonstrated interest in the geography and peoples of the lands with which they traded and occasionally fought. Whether the specific chain of transmission that Plato describes, from Egyptian priests to Solon to Critias to Plato, reflects anything like historical reality, or whether Plato invented it as a literary device to lend authority to a story he had assembled from various sources, is one of those questions that the available evidence cannot settle. The Egyptian connection is the most obviously uncertain element of the story's framing, since we have no independent confirmation that Solon visited Sais or that such a conversation took place. And Solon himself, though a historical figure about whom we know something, left no writings that mention either Egypt or Atlantis. But the broader point, that stories about Bronze Age catastrophes could have been preserved in various forms across the Mediterranean world and eventually found their way into the Greek tradition that Plato drew upon, is historically plausible regardless of the specific details of the transmission chain Plato describes. What is perhaps most interesting, when one looks carefully at all of this, is not the question of whether Atlantis was real, but the question of what Plato made of it, how he shaped whatever he received, whether historical memory or invented narrative or some combination of the two, into the specific form in which we have it. Plato was not simply a conduit for information received from elsewhere. He was one of the most sophisticated thinkers and most accomplished writers of his or any age, and the Atlantis account as he presents it bears the marks of his philosophical and literary intelligence throughout. The details he chooses to include, the precise dimensions, the specific metals, the particular ritual of the bull hunt, and the oath-taking by lamplight, all of these have a literary as well as a potentially historical function. They create verisimilitude, the feeling of encountering a real account rather than an invented one, and verisimilitude is a literary achievement as much as it is a historical record. Plato elsewhere shows himself to be perfectly capable of inventing myths for philosophical purposes, crafting stories of souls journeying between lives or of cosmic demiurges shaping primordial matter, and presenting them in ways designed to communicate philosophical truths rather than historical facts. The Atlantis account may be different from these, may draw on genuine tradition rather than pure invention, but it has been shaped by the same philosophical intelligence, organized to serve the same philosophical purposes, arranged to convey ideas about justice and excess and the transience of human achievement that Plato cared about deeply. This does not mean the story is simply allegory. It means the story is complex, as the most enduring stories tend to be, neither simply history nor simply philosophy, but something that partakes of both, that can be read multiple ways by readers with different interests and different questions, and that grows, with each reading, to accommodate new questions without quite settling into a final, definitive meaning. The story of Atlantis is, in a sense, a story about the limits of what stories can tell us about the past, a meditation on the gap between what happened and what we remember, between the reality of the Bronze Age world and the legend that grew from it, between the specific and the universal, between the island that may or may not have sunk beneath the sea and the idea of such an island, which has never sunk at all. And yet the archaeological impulse, the desire to know not just what the story means but what it is about in a factual sense, what real events or real places might lie behind it, is itself a genuine and valuable one, not opposed to the philosophical or literary appreciation of the Atlantis legend but complementary to it, because the real world out of which the story grew, the world of Bronze Age sailors and Minoan palaces and Aegean volcanic islands and Egyptian temple archives, is itself extraordinarily interesting, full of its own wonders and mysteries that the story of Atlantis serves, if nothing else, as a doorway into. Standing inside that doorway and looking in both directions at once, backward toward the specific historical world that the story may or may not preserve a memory of, and forward toward the long tradition of interpretation and reimagining that has followed from Plato's account, we find ourselves in a position that is genuinely uncertain in a productive way. Uncertain in the way that all the best historical questions are uncertain, not because the evidence is carelessly gathered or the thinking is fuzzy, but because the question itself runs right up to the edge of what the available evidence can tell us, and then looks over into the territory that lies beyond. The territory beyond is where the most interesting exploration continues, the places and theories that take what we have established here and push it further, asking whether other civilizations, other catastrophes, other corners of the ancient world might hold clues that the Aegean alone cannot provide, whether the search needs to be broadened to include possibilities that the Bronze Age Mediterranean hypothesis, compelling as it is in many respects, does not fully account for. The story of a civilization lost beneath the sea has, over the centuries, attracted attention not only from those who looked toward Crete and Thera, but from those who have looked in very different directions, who have found correspondences and suggestions in places far removed from the Aegean, who have brought the same impulse toward historical grounding and the same appetite for mystery to bear on traditions and geological events and archaeological discoveries from other parts of the world. Entirely. Whether any of these broader searches will prove more or less fruitful than the Minoan hypothesis, whether the search for the historical kernel at the heart of the Atlantis story will converge on a single answer or continue to generate multiple competing interpretations, is something that no one can say with confidence at this point, and perhaps something that the nature of the question makes permanently uncertain, since a story that has traveled so far and been transformed so thoroughly in the traveling may simply be too far removed from any original reality to be definitively traced back to it. But the searching itself, conducted with rigor and with wonder and with the honesty to acknowledge what the evidence does and does not show, is itself one of the more honest and admirable things that human curiosity does with its time. A reminder that the desire to understand the past is not merely academic but deeply personal, rooted in the same impulse that drove the Minoans to paint their walls with swallows and their ships with dolphins, the impulse to record what was real and beautiful and true about the world before it disappeared. Consider, for a moment, the particular kind of loss that a submerged civilization represents, not the loss of buildings or artifacts, which can be lost in many ways, through fire, through time, through the deliberate destruction of conquest, but the loss of a place itself, the disappearance of the land on which a community existed, the erasure of the specific geography that gave shape to daily life. When a city burns, the site remains. When a civilization conquers another, the land continues. But when the land itself disappears, when an island sinks or a coastline is permanently altered, something is lost that cannot be recovered in quite the same way, because the physical context in which memory was rooted is gone, and memory without context becomes, over time, something different from what it began as, more abstract, more symbolic, less tied to the specific textures of a real place. The people who were evacuated from Thera before the eruption carried this kind of loss with them. A loss not only of homes and possessions, but of the particular hills and harbors and springs and fields that had defined their sense of what the world was like, that had given them the feeling of being in a specific place rather than just in the general world. The feeling of standing in a particular spot at a particular time of day, watching the light fall across a hillside that you have known since childhood, or watching the color of the water in a harbor change as the afternoon wears on toward evening. These are the kinds of memories that are deepest and most persistent in human experience, and they are also the kinds of memories that have nowhere to go when the place that held them is gone. When the specific hillside no longer exists, when the harbor has been transformed beyond recognition or replaced by open water. Such memories, carried forward in stories, tend to invest the lost place with a quality of perfection that it probably did not possess in actual life, a golden quality that is partly the natural effect of nostalgia and partly a response to the fact that the lost place can no longer disappoint, can no longer reveal its ordinary flaws and limitations, can only be remembered as it was at its best. The Atlantis of Plato's account has something of this quality, an island so beautiful and so fertile and so wisely governed that it seems, in its imagined form, to exceed anything that could actually exist, a perfection that is perhaps the perfection of remembered loss rather than the perfection of a historical record. This is not to say that the story is simply nostalgia, simply a golden memory of something that was better when it was present. It is to say that the emotional texture of the story, the sense of incomparable wealth and beauty followed by sudden, absolute loss, corresponds to a recognizable pattern in human experience, a pattern that real historical events can generate and that oral tradition and literary art can then crystallize into stories that carry that emotional truth forward across generations that never experienced the original events, but that recognize the pattern from their own smaller experiences of loss and impermanence. The volcanic island holds a special place in this geography of loss and memory, because a volcanic island is itself a kind of argument about the temporariness of the ground beneath one's feet, a reminder written in the very rock of the shore that the earth is not stable, that the land we live on is the accumulated product of forces that can, in certain circumstances and at certain moments, operate in reverse, taking back what was built up over millennia in a matter of hours. The people of the ancient Aegean lived in a region of considerable seismic and volcanic activity, felt earthquakes with a frequency that people in more geologically stable regions do not experience, and watched the sea for tsunamis in the aftermath of major earthquakes with a practical awareness that was the product of accumulated experience rather than scientific understanding. Their awareness of the Earth's instability was not academic but visceral, embedded in daily life in a way that shaped how they thought about the permanence of their settlements and their civilizations. The Greek tradition is full of stories of places changed by divine action, islands moved, coastlines altered, harbors created or destroyed by the interventions of gods who could shake the earth and stir the sea. Gods whose power over the physical world was not symbolic but literal, not metaphorical but practical. Poseidon, the god associated with Atlantis, was also the earth shaker, the deity who caused earthquakes, and the association between the sea god and seismic activity reflects a real observation. That earthquakes and tsunamis and the flooding of coastal areas were connected phenomena, that the violence that came from the earth and the violence that came from the sea often arrived together, as they did in the Duran eruption, where earthquakes preceded the main event and tsunamis followed it. In this context, a story about a civilization destroyed simultaneously by earthquake and flood, swallowed into the sea in a single catastrophic event, is not a story that required divine intervention to seem plausible to its ancient audience. It was a story that described a kind of event that, while rare, was not outside the range of what people in the seismically active Aegean understood to be possible, what the most dramatic version of what they had experienced in smaller forms. Throughout their lives, the story of Atlantis is, among other things, a story that makes the worst-case scenario of Mediterranean seismic life explicit, that imagines what it would look like if the shaking that one usually survived, that damaged buildings and displaced populations, but left the land itself intact, were instead total and absolute, claiming not just the buildings but the ground beneath them, not just the community but the island on which it stood. The archaeologists who have spent their careers working on the Bronze Age Aegean, many of them digging in the same sites where these catastrophes occurred, bring to the question of Atlantis a perspective that is both more grounded and more nuanced than that of most people who discuss the legend. They are familiar with the evidence, with what it shows and what it does not show, with the gaps that make definitive conclusions impossible, and with the specific ways in which the Atlantis account does and does not correspond to the archaeological picture of the Bronze Age world. Their discussions of the topic tend to be marked by a careful distinction between what is plausible and what is certain, a distinction that the broader public discourse about Atlantis often collapses, treating possibilities as probabilities and probabilities as facts. This scholarly care is not, however, the same thing as indifference to the question. The archaeologists who work in the Aegean care deeply about understanding what actually happened in the Bronze Age, about reconstructing the world of the Minoans and the Mycenaeans as accurately as the evidence allows, about placing the Duran eruption in its proper context within the history of the region and the world. They care about these things not because of Atlantis, but because the Bronze Age Mediterranean is, in its own right, one of the most fascinating periods and regions in human history, a world of extraordinary achievement and extraordinary vulnerability, whose story has profound implications for how we understand the development of human civilization and the relationship between human societies and the natural systems within which they exist. The fact that this world also provides the most historically grounded context for understanding the origins of the Atlantis legend is, from this perspective, an added interest rather than the primary one, a reason why the legend matters for what it can tell us about historical memory and about the processes by which real events become mythological traditions, rather than a reason why the legend is the most important aspect of the Bronze Age story. The Minoans did not live and create and sail the Aegean and build their palaces in order to inspire a legend. They did these things because they were human beings living in a particular time and place, with their own concerns and ambitions and pleasures and fears, most of which had nothing to do with what later generations would make of their memory. To honor that reality, to try to understand these people on their own terms rather than simply as characters in a story about Atlantis, is itself a kind of contribution to the search, a reminder that what we are looking for, beneath the legend and behind the philosophical argument and through the layers of geological evidence, is ultimately human. Real people who lived in specific places, who created beautiful things and practical things and sacred things, who navigated dangerous seas and managed complex economies and decorated their walls with images of the world they loved, and who were, in the end, subject to the same forces of nature and history that all human beings are subject to, forces that can, when they reach a certain scale and intensity, erase in a moment what it took generations to build. The memory of that erasure, carried forward in stories and in the physical record of the earth itself, in layers of ash on the seafloor and in the submerged edges of coastlines that were once inhabited, is what drives the search for Atlantis in its most serious and most historically grounded form. Not the search for a magical lost kingdom or a civilization of impossible perfection, but the search for what actually happened in the distant past, what actually existed, what actually was lost, and how what was lost continued to shape the stories that came after, including the story that has brought us here. Following the threads of history and geology and mythology and archaeology through a world that existed long before anyone wrote it down, and that continues to speak to us, however, indistinctly, from beneath the surface of the sea and the surface of the stories we have inherited. The sediment cores that oceanographers have extracted from the floor of the Eastern Mediterranean, analyzed in laboratories by researchers who can read in their chemical and physical composition the record of events that occurred thousands of years ago, represent one of the more remarkable archives of ancient history available to modern science. These cores, cylinders of compressed sediment drawn up from the deep seafloor, preserve in their layers a continuous record of what has been deposited over time in that part of the ocean, including the products of volcanic eruptions, the pollen carried by winds from distant landscapes, the remains of microscopic organisms that lived in the surface water and sank when they died, and occasionally the traces of human activity, pottery fragments, charcoal, the chemical signatures of agricultural burning and metal smelting in distant lands. In certain of these cores, at a depth corresponding to the time of the Duran eruption, there is a distinctive layer of volcanic ash, tephra in the scientific terminology, its chemical composition a fingerprint as specific as a human fingerprint, identifying it unmistakably as the product of the Duran volcano rather than any other volcanic source. The distribution of this layer across the seafloor of the Eastern Mediterranean traces the pattern of ash fall from the eruption, thicker in areas downwind of the volcano, thinner at greater distances, thinning to almost nothing at the edges of the deposit. Reading this distribution, scientists can reconstruct the direction and strength of the winds that prevailed at the time of the eruption, can estimate how much material was expelled and how high the eruption column reached, can begin to understand the scale of the event in terms that are not dependent on any ancient account, but on the purely physical record of what happened. This is one of the places where the different disciplines that bear on the Atlantis question most productively converge, where the geological record and the archaeological record and the literary record can be brought into conversation with one another, each contributing what it knows most reliably, each checking the inferences of the others against its own evidence. The volcanic layer in the seafloor says, something very large happened here at approximately this time. The archaeological record on Crete says, something disrupted Minoan civilization around this period, though the precise relationship between the disruption and the eruption is not straightforward. The literary tradition says, something, at some point, happened to a great island civilization, and this something was preserved in stories that traveled across the ancient world and eventually reached a philosopher who wrote it down. Whether these three records are speaking of the same event, whether the geological layer and the archaeological disruption and the literary tradition are all pointing, from different directions and with different degrees of accuracy, at a single historical reality, is the question that the evidence as currently understood cannot definitively answer. It remains possible, and many scholars think likely, that they are connected, that the Duran eruption and its aftermath contributed to the disruption visible in Minoan archaeology, and that the memory of this disruption contributed to the Atlantis tradition. But the connections are indirect, the evidence is incomplete, and the gaps in our knowledge are large enough that certainty remains out of reach. And perhaps there is something appropriate in that, something fitting about a legend that began with the idea of a civilization lost beyond recovery, a story that deliberately places itself at the edge of what can be known and looks out over the boundary into what cannot, remaining there, at that edge, for century after century, attracting the attention of each generation of searchers who approach it and find, as searchers before them found, that the legend yields to inquiry up to a certain point and then withholds what remains, maintaining its mystery not through obstruction, but through the genuine incompleteness of the historical record from which it grew. The straits between the islands of the Aegean are quiet in the late afternoon, when the summer wind softens and the water between the headlands turns from choppy to smooth, taking on the particular quality of evening Mediterranean light, flat and golden and somehow very ancient feeling, light that seems to carry, simply by falling where it falls, the weight of all the time that has passed in those waters. A fishing boat making its way between islands is a sight that would have been recognizable in any century of the past 4,000 years, the specific vessel different in its construction and its equipment, but the basic activity and the basic relationship between boat and sea and light and landscape unchanged, a continuity that seems to connect the present to the Bronze Age across all the disruptions and catastrophes and transformations that intervened. It is in moments like this, in the presence of the actual sea and the actual light and the actual ancient islands, that the question of Atlantis feels most immediate and most genuinely mysterious, not a puzzle to be solved by accumulating enough evidence, but a question that the landscape itself is still asking, that the water is still asking, about what was here before and what happened to it, and whether anything remains that could, if we could only read it correctly, tell us what we want to. No. The answer to that question, if there is an answer, lies somewhere in the evidence that we have, in the evidence that we have not yet found, and in the uncertain space between them, where the search for Atlantis continues to unfold, patient and persistent and never quite satisfied, moving always toward the next discovery, the next reinterpretation, the next careful examination of what the ancient world left behind. That movement did not stop with the ancient Greeks. It did not pause when the classical world gave way to the medieval, or when the medieval world gave way to the age of exploration, or when the explorers returned with maps that remade the known world entirely. The movement continued, carried forward by every generation that encountered Plato's account and found in it something they could not quite set aside. The story had a quality that resisted dismissal, not because it was obviously true, not because its details could be verified, but because it asked a question that human beings seem constitutionally unable to stop asking. The question was whether the world they inhabited had once contained something greater than itself, something magnificent and complete that had been lost, and whether the traces of that lost thing might still be found if only one searched carefully enough, in the right place, with the right kind of attention. That question belongs to all of human history. It predates Plato. It can be found in Mesopotamian flood myths, in Egyptian accounts of the primordial mound, in the Sanskrit epics, in the stories of the Hebrew patriarchs wandering toward a land they had been promised and half remembered. Something about consciousness, perhaps the very structure of memory, which always renders the past as more luminous than the present, generates this recurring sense that the world was once better ordered, more harmonious, more fully inhabited by meaning than it is now. Plato gave this feeling a specific geography. He gave it a name, a location, a timeline, a physical description. And in doing so, he created something remarkably durable, a legend that later ages could revise, relocate, and reinterpret without ever quite discarding. The first inheritors of the Atlantis story were Plato's own students and intellectual successors. Their responses were not uniformly credulous. Aristotle, who was perhaps the most systematically skeptical thinker the ancient world produced, reportedly dismissed the account with a remark that has echoed through centuries of scholarship. He is said to have observed, in effect, that the man who invented Atlantis also caused it to disappear, implying that the island existed nowhere except in its author's imagination. The exact words are lost, and we have them only through later sources, but the sense of the observation survived. Plato's own student was not convinced. This is significant not because it settles anything, but because it demonstrates that doubt about the account was present from the very beginning. Atlantis was never universally accepted, even in the philosophical circles where it was born. Other ancient thinkers took a different view. Crantor of Soli, writing not long after Plato's death, reportedly believed the account was straightforwardly historical and claimed that Egyptian priests had confirmed its accuracy to Greek visitors. The historian Diodorus Siculus included material about Atlantic islands and powerful civilizations in his writings, though without always connecting them explicitly to Plato's account. The geographer Strabo engaged with the question carefully, acknowledging the possibility of the story's historical truth while maintaining a measured uncertainty that feels, even at this distance, intellectually honest. Pliny the Elder cataloged various accounts of Atlantic islands and disappeared lands with the curious, comprehensive energy he brought to everything. These were not gullible men. They were among the most sophisticated thinkers and researchers of their era, and their engagement with the Atlantis material tells us something important. That even in antiquity, the story occupied a peculiar middle ground between myth and history, between allegory and account, that made it genuinely difficult to classify, and therefore genuinely difficult to set aside. The geography of the ancient world shaped these early responses in ways that are easy to underestimate from a modern perspective. When Plato described Atlantis as lying beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, he was situating it in a region that was, for most of his contemporaries, genuinely unknown. The Mediterranean world had been comprehensively explored by the classical period. Its coastlines were charted, its peoples catalogued, its trade routes established. But the Atlantic was different. Greek and Phoenician sailors had ventured into its waters, probing northward along the European coast and southward along the African shore, and their reports were fragmentary, often distorted, sometimes deliberately falsified by merchants who had no interest in sharing their knowledge of profitable routes. The ocean beyond the Pillars was understood to be vast, mysterious, and potentially limitless. It was a space where imagination was licensed to operate, where the rules that constrained the known world might not apply, where civilizations unknown to any living traveler might plausibly have existed. This geographical imagination, the ocean as the home of the unknown and the marvelous, was not specific to Greek culture. It appears across many of the ancient world's traditions. The Mesopotamian conception of the world placed the known lands in the center, surrounded by bitter waters, and then by a further ring of unknown territories populated by strange peoples and impossible creatures. Egyptian cosmography situated the familiar world within a larger frame of primordial waters from which creation had emerged and to which it might return. The Celtic traditions of the Atlantic coast spoke of islands to the west where the dead went and where time moved differently. Islands whose names accumulated across centuries: Tir na Nog, the Blessed Isles, High Brazil, Avalon, each one a variation on the same ancient feeling that somewhere beyond the horizon lay a world more complete than the one you could see. Plato's Atlantis participated in this broader current of geographical imagination, even as it dressed itself in the specific clothing of Greek rational inquiry. The Roman world inherited all of this and added its own contributions to the legend's development. Roman authors who mentioned Atlantis tended to place it within a broader tradition of Atlantic wonders that included islands of unusual fertility, peoples of extraordinary virtue, and traces of civilizations that had risen and fallen before the current order of the world came into being. Proclus, the Neoplatonist philosopher who wrote an extensive commentary on Plato's Timaeus in the 5th century of the Common Era, approached the Atlantis account with the reverential seriousness characteristic of his tradition. He believed the story encoded genuine cosmological and metaphysical truths, even if its literal geography required careful interpretation. For Proclus and his fellow Neoplatonists, the question of whether Atlantis had been a real island almost mattered less than what the story meant. What it said about the cycles of history, the relationship between perfection and corruption, the nature of the civilization that reaches too far and is brought back to itself by forces it cannot control. The coming of Christianity to the Mediterranean world did not eliminate the legend so much as reframe it. Christian cosmography possessed its own account of a catastrophic divine judgment visited upon a civilization that had exceeded its proper limits. The flood of Noah, which stood behind so much of subsequent Western thinking about the relationship between human pride, divine punishment, and the submersion of former worlds. Atlantis and the Noachic flood were not identical stories, but they rhymed in ways that made it easy to fold one into the other, to see in Plato's Sunken Island a philosophical variation on the biblical account of a world destroyed by water and reborn into a less glorious form. Medieval European scholars who encountered Plato through the partial Latin translations that survived the contraction of classical learning tended to read him through this Christian lens, finding in the Atlantis narrative confirmation of what they already believed, that the world had once been different, that a catastrophe had intervened, and that what remained was a diminished and chastened version of what had gone before. The medieval conception of world geography was, from a modern perspective, a fascinating blend of inherited classical knowledge, religious doctrine, practical experience, and unabashed imagination. The maps of the medieval period, the Mappe Mundi, with their circular design and Jerusalem at the center, were not primarily navigational instruments. They were theological and cosmological diagrams, organized according to spiritual significance rather than geographical accuracy. They placed the known world within a framework of biblical history, populated their margins with the strange peoples and creatures that classical tradition had assigned to the edges of the known, and surrounded the whole with the encircling ocean. In this tradition, the ocean was not simply a body of water but a boundary between the known and the sacred unknown, between history and something older than history. Islands in the Atlantic appeared on medieval maps, sometimes as real navigational hazards, sometimes as legendary places. St. Brendan's Island, the island of the Seven Cities, Antilia, that occupied the same cartographic space as navigational reality without being fully distinguishable from it. It was in this world of expanding but still profoundly uncertain geographical knowledge that the Atlantis story began what might be called its Great Migration. As European sailors gradually extended their knowledge of the Atlantic in the late medieval and early modern periods, probing further south along the African coast, further west into open water, and eventually crossing to the continents that European civilization had not previously known existed, the legend moved with them. Every new discovery raised the question of whether this might be what Plato had described. Every unexpected island, every coast that did not match any existing map, every landmass whose existence the ancient authors had not anticipated became a potential candidate. The story had always been about something beyond the edge of the known world, and the edge of the known world kept moving. The Portuguese explorations of the 15th century brought European sailors into sustained contact with the Atlantic in a way that had not been true since the Phoenicians, and the islands they discovered, the Azores, the Canaries, Madeira, the Cape Verde archipelago, immediately entered the imaginative territory that Atlantis had long occupied. These were real islands, undeniably, with real geology and real ecology, but their position in the middle of the Atlantic, their volcanic character, and the absence of any prior European knowledge of them made them mysterious in ways that invited connection to the older legend. The Canary Islands in particular attracted attention. They were inhabited by a people called the Guanche, who seemed to European observers to be unlike any of their neighbors, tall, sometimes fair-haired, practicing a culture that bore no obvious relationship to the African mainland nearby. Later investigators would spend considerable energy trying to explain the Guanche as survivors or descendants of Atlanteans, an idea that said more about European assumptions than about Guanche reality, but that reflected the genuine puzzle their existence posed to people whose geographical categories were being constantly overturned. The year 1492 altered everything. The European encounter with the Americas produced an intellectual shock that is difficult to exaggerate. Here was an entire hemisphere, 2 continents, vast and densely inhabited, with civilizations of extraordinary complexity and achievement, of which European learning had contained no knowledge whatsoever. The classical authors had not mentioned it. The Bible had not prepared anyone for it. The maps were wrong in the most fundamental possible way. In the years and decades following Columbus's first crossing, European scholars struggled to assimilate this discovery into their existing frameworks of knowledge, and one of the frameworks they reached for was Plato's account of Atlantis. If a great civilization had once existed in the Atlantic, If it had indeed been larger than Libya and Asia combined, might not the Americas be what remained of it? Might the peoples Columbus encountered be the descendants of Atlanteans, the survivors of the great catastrophe who had found refuge on the higher ground that had not been swallowed by the sea? This idea found its most systematic early expression in the work of Francisco López de Gomara, who in 1552 suggested explicitly that the New World might be Plato's Atlantis, and in the later, more extensive treatment by Francis Bacon, whose unfinished utopian novel The New Atlantis, published in 1627, relocated the legendary civilization to the Pacific rather than the Atlantic, but used Plato's framework as the organizing principle for a vision of a scientifically advanced society that served as a model for European ambitions. Bacon's Atlantis was not a lost civilization to be rediscovered, but a future civilization to be built. A subtle but important transformation of the legend's meaning that reflected the optimism and forward orientation of the early scientific age. Where Plato's Atlantis had been a warning about the corruption of excellence, Bacon's New Atlantis was an inspiration toward a future excellence that science and reason might yet achieve. The same story, differently oriented in time, became entirely different in its emotional and philosophical meaning. The most influential early modern treatment of the Americas as Atlantis idea, however, came from a Jesuit scholar named Athanasius Kircher, whose 1665 work Mundus Subterraneus included a remarkable map that placed Atlantis squarely in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, approximately where the island of Bermuda sits today. Kircher's map is one of the most reproduced images in the history of the Atlantis legend, and it rewards careful attention. It shows a substantial landmass, roughly oval in shape, with mountain ranges and river systems carefully delineated, sitting between Europe and Africa on the east and the Americas on the west. The map is oriented with south at the top, in the manner of some medieval and early modern cartographic traditions, which gives it an immediately disorienting quality. It looks both ancient and specific, both authoritative and impossible. Kircher did not believe Atlantis was the Americas themselves. He thought the Americas had been separate continents all along. But he did believe that a mid-Atlantic island of considerable size had existed and had subsequently been submerged, and his map represented his attempt to reconstruct its approximate position and character. Kircher was a remarkable figure whose prolific and eccentric scholarship spanned geology, music, linguistics, Egyptology, magnetism, and much else besides. He was not uncritical in his approach to the ancient sources, but he was drawn to synthesis in ways that sometimes outran his evidence, and his treatment of Atlantis reflected both his genuine erudition and his habit of arranging disparate materials into grand unified schemes. His geological ideas about the interior of the Earth, which he imagined as threaded with channels through which water and fire circulated, producing volcanoes, earthquakes, and the movement of the seas, gave him a specific mechanism for the kind of catastrophic submersion that Plato had described. And this gave the Atlantis account a physical plausibility within his system that it might not have had within a different geological framework. The 17th century did not have the tools to test these ideas against reality in any decisive way, and Kircher's Atlantis accordingly remained a serious scholarly hypothesis rather than a proven fact or a dismissed fantasy. The same pattern, serious engagement, genuine uncertainty, the search for physical mechanisms that could explain what Plato described, continued through the 18th century and into the 19th. The development of geology as a systematic science in the late 18th century brought new tools to the question. The idea that landscapes could be dramatically transformed by processes operating over long periods of time. The slow rise of mountains, the gradual erosion of valleys, the advance and retreat of seas, gave scholars a new way of thinking about what might have happened to a lost landmass. Earlier thinkers had tended to imagine the submersion of Atlantis as a sudden, catastrophic, essentially miraculous event. The new geology suggested a more gradual process, and this raised its own questions. If an island large enough to constitute a civilization had subsided into the Atlantic, what traces might remain? What would the seafloor look like in the regions where it was supposed to have existed? These questions gained new urgency in the 19th century when the development of deep-sea exploration technology began to make it possible to investigate the Atlantic seafloor in ways that had previously been impossible. The laying of the transatlantic telegraph cable in the 1850s and 1860s required extensive soundings of the ocean floor, and the maps that resulted from these surveys revealed a previously unknown feature of extraordinary size: a vast submarine mountain range running roughly north to south down the middle of the Atlantic basin. This feature, which we now call the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, was at the time only partially understood, and its discovery immediately attracted the attention of people who had been thinking about where Atlantis might have been. The most influential of these was Ignatius Donnelly, an American politician and writer whose 1882 book Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, became one of the most widely read and most influential texts in the modern history of the legend. Donnelly was not a professional academic, but he was an energetic researcher with a talent for synthesis and an eye for the dramatic connection. His book assembled an enormous quantity of material: geological, mythological, linguistic, cultural, botanical, zoological, in support of the argument that Atlantis had been a real civilization centered in the Atlantic, that it had been the source of the great civilizations of both the Old and New Worlds, and that the discovery of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge provided physical evidence for the ridge of a drowned continent whose peaks still protruded as the Azores Islands. Donnelly's argument was comprehensive and audacious, and it captured public imagination in a way that purely academic treatments of the question had rarely managed. Donnelly made specific, testable-sounding claims. He argued that the similarities between the pyramids of Egypt and the pyramids of Mexico could not be coincidental, that they indicated a common origin in an Atlantean civilization that had sent colonies in both directions. He pointed to flood myths from cultures around the world and argued that they were all memories of the same real event, the submersion of Atlantis. He cataloged similarities between plant species on either side of the Atlantic and argued that these could only be explained by the former existence of a land bridge. He drew parallels between deities of the Old and New Worlds, between writing systems, between architectural traditions, between creation myths. The sheer accumulation of his parallels was impressive, and to readers who were not specialists in any of the relevant fields, it was difficult to evaluate where his reasoning was sound and where it was fabricating connections from superficial resemblances. The academic world of Donnelly's time was skeptical, and subsequent scholarship has found his specific arguments largely unsupportable. The pyramids of Egypt and the pyramids of Mesoamerica, while superficially similar in their stepped form, are separated by thousands of years, differ profoundly in their construction techniques and purposes, and were independently developed in cultures that had no contact with each other. The flood myths of different cultures, while widespread, are far from identical, and their differences are at least as significant as their similarities. Moreover, floods are a universal human experience that requires no common origin to explain independently remembered stories. The botanical and zoological parallels Donnelly cited have been explained by continental drift, long-distance seed dispersal, and other mechanisms that do not require an intermediate landmass. And the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, when subsequently investigated by oceanographic science, proved to be a mid-ocean spreading center, a place where the ocean floor is being created, not a remnant of a sunken continent. The geology works in precisely the opposite direction from what Donnelly needed. And yet, Donnelly's book remained in print for more than a century after its publication, and its influence on popular thinking about Atlantis has been immense. It established a template for the kind of argument that subsequent Atlantis literature would repeatedly deploy: the gathering of parallels across cultures, the appeal to catastrophic geology, the idea of a mother civilization from which all others derived. It also established the emotional register of much subsequent popular Atlantis writing: the excitement of the revolutionary discovery, the willingness to challenge academic orthodoxy, the democratic suspicion that credentialed experts had missed something that a sufficiently attentive layman could see. These qualities made Donnelly's work compelling to general readers, even as they made it frustrating to specialists, and the tension between popular fascination and academic skepticism that his book exemplified has characterized discussions of Atlantis ever since. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw Atlantis enter the culture in ways that went well beyond academic debate. It became a theme of popular fiction, of political utopian writing, of occult speculation, and of a new kind of romantic archaeology that blended genuine discovery with imaginative reconstruction in ways that made the boundary between the two difficult to locate. The British writer Rider Haggard, whose adventure novels like King Solomon's Mines, and she created the template for the lost civilization narrative in popular fiction, drew on the Atlantis tradition even when he did not explicitly invoke it. The idea of a sophisticated civilization hidden in some unexplored corner of the world, accessible only to the determined explorer, became one of the defining narrative structures of late Victorian popular culture, and Atlantis was its most prestigious and ancient exemplar. The theosophical tradition, founded by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky in the 1870s, gave Atlantis an entirely new dimension that moved it definitively out of the realm of historical inquiry and into something more like religious myth. Blavatsky's cosmological system, elaborated in her massive works Isis Unveiled and The Secret Doctrine, incorporated Atlantis as a literal continent that had been inhabited by a race of beings, the fourth root race, in her terminology, who had reached extraordinary spiritual and technological development before their civilization collapsed as a result of their misuse of occult powers. Blavatsky's Atlantis was not Plato's. It was far older, far more technologically sophisticated in occult terms, and embedded in a vast framework of cosmic evolution that bore no relationship to anything in the classical sources. But it used Plato's name and borrowed his basic narrative of a great civilization destroyed by catastrophe, and the combination of authoritative-sounding ancient source and elaborate spiritual framework was potent. The Theosophical Society and the various occult and esoteric movements that drew on its ideas disseminated a version of Atlantis that was simultaneously more fantastic and more emotionally compelling than the scholarly version. This was Atlantis as the origin of all hidden wisdom, as the source of the secret knowledge that genuine initiates had preserved across the millennia in mystery schools and hermetic traditions, as the explanation for all the remarkable similarities between ancient cultures that conventional scholarship could not account for. It was also Atlantis as a lost paradise, a civilization where human beings had lived in harmony with cosmic law and natural forces, a standard against which the compromised and spiritually impoverished present could be measured and found wanting. The appeal of this idea to the late Victorian period, with its anxieties about industrialization, its nostalgia for a simpler and more meaningful world, its fascination with spirituality and occult experience, was powerful and lasting. Later figures in the Theosophical tradition, including Annie Besant and Charles Leadbeater, elaborated Blavatsky's Atlantis even further, adding specific details about its geography, its races, its spiritual hierarchy, and its ultimate fate that had no relationship to any historical or archaeological evidence, but that were presented as knowledge obtained through clairvoyant investigation of the Akashic record, the cosmic memory of all that had ever happened, accessible only to those with sufficient spiritual development. Edgar Cayce, the American psychic who in the early 20th century gave thousands of trance readings on a variety of subjects, incorporated Atlantis into his cosmological system in ways that added further layers of specific but unverifiable detail. Cayce's Atlantis had possessed advanced technology, including a mysterious power crystal called the Twi Stone, and its survivors had dispersed to Egypt, the Yucatan, and the American Southwest, carrying their knowledge with them. Cayce famously predicted that evidence of Atlantis would be found in the waters off the Bahamas, and when a curious formation of underwater stones was discovered near Bimini in 1968, subsequently named the Bimini Road, his followers were convinced that the prophecy had been fulfilled. The Bimini Road has been investigated extensively by both enthusiastic amateurs and professional marine geologists. The formation consists of large, roughly rectangular limestone blocks arranged in a curving line on the seafloor in shallow water. To some observers, the regularity of the blocks and the straightness of their arrangement suggests human construction. To geologists who have studied the formation carefully, however, it presents all the characteristics of a natural beach rock formation, a type of limestone that commonly forms in regular, nearly rectangular blocks as it fractures along stress lines during formation and erosion. The blocks show no tooling marks, no consistent orientation that would suggest deliberate placement, and no associated artifacts of the kind that human habitation would leave behind. The scholarly consensus is that the Bimini Road is a natural formation, not an archaeological site. The debate has not been fully settled to everyone's satisfaction, but the burden of evidence falls on the natural explanation. What the Bimini Road episode illustrates is a pattern that recurs throughout the history of Atlantis investigations. The discovery of an ambiguous natural feature, the excited identification of it as possible evidence for Atlantis, the careful scientific investigation that finds a non-Atlantean explanation, and the persistence of the original identification among people who prefer the more dramatic interpretation. This pattern does not mean that all ambiguous underwater features should be immediately dismissed as natural. Genuine underwater archaeology has revealed remarkable things, but it does suggest that the Atlantis lens can make it difficult to evaluate evidence dispassionately. The desire to find Atlantis is itself a factor that must be accounted for in assessing any claimed discovery. Genuine underwater archaeology has its own remarkable story, quite separate from Atlantis, though the two have become entangled in public imagination. The discipline developed in the mid-20th century following the invention of scuba diving technology, which for the first time allowed archaeologists to work underwater with the kind of precision and control that surface recovery techniques could not provide. The initial discoveries were striking. Ancient harbor installations were found beneath the waters of the eastern Mediterranean. Shipwrecks of extraordinary preservation were located and excavated, their cargoes of amphory, metalwork, and organic materials revealing aspects of ancient trade networks that no surface archaeology had been able to illuminate. In the 1960s and 1970s, the systematic investigation of submerged landscapes in coastal regions began to reveal that the human past extended further below the present waterline than anyone had imagined. The reason for this is straightforward, though its implications continue to unfold. During the last glacial maximum, which ended approximately 12,000 years ago, vast quantities of water that now fill the world's oceans were locked up in continental ice sheets. Global sea levels were dramatically lower than they are today. Estimates range from about 100 to 130 meters below current levels, depending on the region. Coastlines were correspondingly further out. The land masses of Europe, Asia, and the Americas were larger, sometimes dramatically so. The North Sea between Britain and continental Europe was dry land. The land bridge between Siberia and Alaska, Beringia, was a broad subaerial plain thousands of kilometers wide. The continental shelves that rimmed the present coastlines of the world were, for much of human prehistory, inhabited landscapes where people lived, hunted, gathered, built shelters, and accumulated the cultural complexity that archaeology attempts to read. As the great ice sheets melted, sea levels rose, not at a uniform rate, but in pulses punctuated by periods of relative stability and with significant regional variation depending on the complicated interplay of ocean currents, tectonic movements, and the elastic rebound of land surfaces freed from the weight of ice. The rise was not always slow enough to be imperceptible to human communities. There is evidence that some coastal regions experienced rapid inundation events, episodes of dramatic sea level rise that might have inundated tens or hundreds of kilometers of coastline within a few human generations. The sediment records from some regions show abrupt transitions from freshwater to saltwater environments and from populated landscape to seafloor that speak of disruption rather than gradual adjustment. The Black Sea is one of the most discussed examples of this kind of dramatic transformation. In the 1990s, the oceanographers William Ryan and Walter Pittman proposed, based on sediment core evidence, that the Black Sea had been a large freshwater lake until approximately 7,500 years ago, when rising Mediterranean waters breached the natural dam at what is now the Bosphorus Strait and flooded the lake basin catastrophically. Their calculations suggested that the flood would have inundated the lake's shores at a dramatic rate, potentially displacing large numbers of people from a fertile and densely populated landscape. Ryan and Pittman argued that this event might underlie the flood myths of the ancient Near East, the Mesopotamian flood narratives, and perhaps ultimately the biblical account of Noah. The Black Sea flood hypothesis has been both supported and challenged by subsequent research, and the question of its precise timing, magnitude, and cultural impact remains actively debated among specialists. But it illustrated, powerfully that dramatic sea level changes had real consequences for real human communities, and that the mythology of flooded landscapes was not necessarily pure invention. The Persian Gulf presents another compelling case. During the last glacial maximum, when sea levels were low, the Persian Gulf basin would have been largely dry land, a habitable valley watered by the Tigris, Euphrates, Karun, and Wadi Baden rivers as they flowed south before reaching the Indian Ocean. As sea levels rose, the Gulf filled gradually, reaching approximately its current configuration sometime around 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. The land that was inundated included, by some calculations, an area of considerable size and potential fertility, a lowland river valley environment of the kind that in other regions became the cradle of early agriculture and settlement. Some researchers have proposed that the cultural memory of this lost landscape might underlie Mesopotamian myths of an original garden or paradise, and even that the story of the biblical Eden might preserve a memory of a real place now beneath the waters of the Gulf. These ideas are speculative and contested, but they are being explored with the tools of legitimate archaeology and oceanography. The broader picture that emerges from this kind of research is that the transition from the glacial to the post-glacial world was genuinely dramatic, that it involved the inundation of vast areas of previously habitable land, and that human communities living through this transition would have experienced losses of place, of homeland, of landscape that were real and significant. The possibility that cultural memories of such losses might have been transmitted across generations, becoming myths of flooded kingdoms and drowned lands, is not intrinsically implausible. Human beings are remarkably good at transmitting cultural information across vast spans of time. The indigenous peoples of Australia possess oral traditions about events that geological evidence suggests occurred thousands of years ago, including specific memories of coastal inundation that match the timing of post-glacial sea level rise in particular regions. If such transmission is possible over 10,000 years among peoples without writing, then the preservation of some cultural memory of coastal flooding events in the written traditions of literate civilizations would not be surprising. None of this makes Atlantis literally true. The argument from sea level change can establish that dramatic inundations happened, that human communities were affected by them, and that cultural memories of such events are possible, but it cannot establish that a particular civilization matching Plato's description existed in a particular location and was destroyed in the manner he described. The gap between the real phenomenon and the specific legend remains large. But this line of research has done something important. It has made the general category of Plato's story, a civilization destroyed by the sea, physically plausible in a way that previous generations of scholars could not fully appreciate. The world has drowned places. Real communities have been lost beneath real water. The mythology of sunken worlds is not pure fantasy, but a distorted reflection, however variously refracted across time and culture, of something that actually happened to human beings. The development of side-scan sonar, submersible technology, and eventually remotely operated vehicles in the latter decades of the 20th century opened the seafloor to systematic investigation in ways that transformed underwater archaeology. Researchers could now map large areas of the seafloor in detail, identify promising features for closer investigation, and send cameras and sampling equipment to depths that no diver could reach. Ancient harbors, road systems, building foundations, and cultural debris began to emerge from beneath the water in locations around the Mediterranean where rising sea levels had inundated coastal settlements. The city of Alexandria in Egypt had extended well beyond its modern shoreline in ancient times, and underwater excavations in its harbor revealed royal quarters, temples, and a wealth of material from the Ptolemaic period. The ancient harbor of Caesarea Maritima in Israel had been largely submerged, and its investigation revealed the sophisticated hydraulic engineering of the Romans and their Herodian predecessors. Around the islands of Greece and Turkey, submerged Bronze Age settlements began to come into view. These were not Atlantis. They were real places with historical identities, documented in surviving texts and inscriptions, whose submersion had been caused by known processes: sea level rise, subsidence of the land, gradual erosion of harbor walls. But their discovery demonstrated, cumulatively, that the sea had indeed swallowed parts of the ancient world, and that careful investigation could recover something of what had been lost. For those who were searching for Atlantis, every new discovery of a submerged ancient site seemed to suggest that the larger discovery might not be impossible, that somewhere beneath the water lay the remains of a civilization whose loss had not been anticipated and whose recovery remained theoretically achievable. The geography of the theories had expanded as dramatically as the search technology. By the late 20th century, Atlantis had been located by various researchers in the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, the Black Sea, the North Sea, the Caribbean, the Bahamas, Azores, Sardinia, Cyprus, Malta, Morocco, the Sahara Desert, the Antarctic, Bolivia, and a number of other locations that could not all simultaneously be correct. Each location had its champions. Each champion had their evidence, and the proliferation of theories made it increasingly difficult for non-specialists to evaluate any of them on their merits. The field had become, in one sense, extremely rich. There was more research, more data, more analysis than ever before, and in another sense, chaotic, because the diversity of incompatible conclusions suggested that something more than evidence was driving the enterprise. The Iberian Peninsula had attracted particular attention from researchers in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, and this attention was not entirely without basis. Southern Spain and the coastal regions of Portugal sit at the far western end of the Mediterranean world, adjacent to the Strait of Gibraltar, the Pillars of Hercules of classical tradition. The Guadalquivir River, flowing southwest through Andalusia to the sea, passes through a region that in antiquity was the site of Tartessos, a prosperous and sophisticated culture that traded with Phoenicians, Greeks, and other Mediterranean peoples in the first millennium before the Common Era. Tartessos was famous in the ancient world for its wealth in metals, silver, tin, copper, and for the sophistication of its arts and crafts. It appears in ancient sources as a kind of legendary place of fabulous riches at the edge of the known world, and then it disappears from the record. The reasons for its disappearance are disputed: conquest, economic disruption, environmental change, or some combination of these factors may have played a role. The physical remains of Tartessos are elusive. No city that can be definitively identified as the Tartessian capital has been found, and the culture's precise extent and character remain subjects of active archaeological investigation. Some researchers have proposed that Tartessos, or more precisely, a lost coastal settlement or urban center of the Tartessian culture that was subsequently buried or inundated, might be the kernel of reality behind Plato's Atlantis story. The proposal is not entirely fanciful. Tartessos was associated in ancient tradition with extraordinary wealth, with advanced metalworking, and with a location at the western edge of the Mediterranean world. It was a place of which Greek travelers had heard remarkable reports, but which few had visited personally. Its disappearance from the historical record created exactly the kind of enigma that legends attach themselves to. If Plato or his informants had access to Egyptian records or Phoenician oral traditions about a wealthy civilization at the edge of the known Western world that had suffered some kind of catastrophic decline, Tartessos would be a plausible candidate for the inspiration. The marshlands south of the modern city of Seville, in the region known as the Marismas or the Dinana wetlands, have been proposed as a specific location for the search. This area, now protected as the Dinana National Park, one of Europe's most important wildlife reserves, was in ancient times a complex of lagoons, tidal flats, and marshland that may once have supported coastal settlements. Satellite imagery and aerial photography have revealed geometric patterns beneath the surface of the marsh and in surrounding areas, rectangular and circular forms that have attracted the attention of researchers who see in them the remains of ancient structures. Some investigators have proposed, controversially, that these patterns correspond to the circular layout of Plato's Atlantis as he described it, with concentric rings of water and land surrounding a central hill. The interpretation of these patterns is disputed. They may represent the remains of actual ancient settlements, possibly of Tartessian character. They may be natural features created by the movement of water through the marsh over long periods. They may be combinations of both, natural features that were subsequently modified by human activity and that have become obscured by subsequent sedimentation and vegetation. Ground surveys and test excavations have produced some evidence of ancient human presence in the region, but nothing that unambiguously confirms the presence of a major urban center, let alone one that matches the extraordinary scale and sophistication of Plato's description. The research continues, and the region remains archaeologically important regardless of any connection to Atlantis. This is one of the places where the landscape of the ancient world may yield significant discoveries about cultures that history has largely forgotten. What makes the Iberian theories interesting beyond their specific claims is what they reveal about the process of legend formation. If we imagine the transmission of information about Tartessos through Phoenician and then Egyptian intermediaries across several centuries, distortion and amplification would be natural consequences of the transmission process itself. Traders who had visited Tartessos would have reported its wealth to their home cities. Temple scribes who recorded foreign reports would have incorporated them into existing narrative frameworks. Storytellers who had heard the reports at several removes would have embellished them with conventional legendary elements. By the time any account reached Plato, if any such transmission actually occurred, it would have been transformed beyond reliable recognition. The wealth would have become extraordinary. The location would have become imprecise. The decline of the culture would have become a catastrophic destruction. The civilization would have acquired the moral and philosophical dimensions that made it useful to Plato's purposes. This kind of transmission and transformation is not hypothetical. It is what the study of oral tradition and cultural transmission shows happening with historical events all the time. The study of oral tradition has itself undergone a revolution in the past century. The discovery by the classicist Milman Parry in the 1920s and 1930s that the Homeric epics bore structural similarities to South Slavic oral epic poetry, suggesting that they had been composed and transmitted through oral performance over many generations before being written down, opened a new way of thinking about how ancient literary traditions preserved and distorted historical information. The oral tradition scholar Jan van Zyne, working with African historical traditions, demonstrated that oral traditions could preserve genuine historical information across surprisingly long spans of time, while also showing the systematic ways in which oral traditions transform their content, compressing time, elevating the importance of individuals, translating collective experiences into personal narratives, and encoding historical information in the conventional forms available to the tradition. These insights apply, with appropriate caution, to the question of how much real history might lie behind legendary accounts like that of Atlantis. The honest answer, which the best scholarship reflects, is that we cannot know with certainty. The legend might preserve a genuine memory of a real place that experienced a real catastrophe. It might be Plato's own invention, worked up from fragmentary materials into a coherent philosophical narrative. It might be something in between, a story with a real kernel that has been so thoroughly transformed by tradition, imagination, and philosophical purpose that the kernel is no longer recoverable. The impossibility of certainty does not make the question uninteresting, but it does establish the limits within which honest inquiry must operate. Those limits have not always been respected, and the history of Atlantis investigation includes a substantial literature of confident claims made on the basis of inadequate evidence. The pattern is familiar. A researcher becomes convinced, often through a combination of genuine scholarship and wishful thinking, that they have identified the location of Atlantis. They assemble the evidence that supports their case and minimize or ignore the evidence against it. They publish their conclusions in a form accessible to a general audience. The general audience responds with enthusiasm. The academic community responds with skepticism. The researcher becomes convinced that the academic community is either incompetent or engaged in deliberate suppression of their discovery, and the controversy continues without resolution. This pattern has repeated itself so many times, with so many different proposed locations, that it has acquired the character of a ritual, a performance of discovery and dismissal that both sides of the debate have come to expect and that neither side fully escapes. The ritual aspect of Atlantis debate reflects something important about the legend's function in contemporary culture. It is not, primarily, a historical hypothesis to be tested. It is a story about the relationship between human ambition and human limitation, about the possibility of a higher order of civilization than the one we currently inhabit, about the persistence of mystery in a world that likes to believe it has explained itself. The academic skeptic who dismisses Atlantis is playing a role in this story just as surely as the enthusiast who promotes it. The dismissal reaffirms the orderly limits of knowledge. The enthusiasm transgresses them. Both are necessary for the story to function. The psychologist Carl Jung, who did not write specifically about Atlantis but whose ideas about archetypes and the collective unconscious have been applied to it by others, would likely have recognized in the legend the structure of what he called a compensatory fantasy, an image produced by the psyche to balance something that is absent or suppressed in the conscious attitude of a culture. A civilization that prizes rationality, progress, and the domination of nature finds, in the image of a lost civilization that possessed superior wisdom and was destroyed by its own pride, a mirror image of its own anxieties. The fantasy of Atlantis compensates for the cult of progress by imagining a civilization that progressed too far and paid the price. It compensates for the rationalist dismissal of mystery by insisting that there are mysteries that rationalism cannot resolve. It compensates for the present's sense of its own novelty by projecting a superior past whose loss the present can mourn. This psychological function is part of why Atlantis continues to resonate, even for people who are quite certain it is a legend rather than a historical fact. The resonance is not primarily cognitive, not a matter of believing that Plato's account is literally true, but effective and imaginative. The image of the sunken island, the drowned city, the civilization that almost achieved something magnificent and was lost in a single terrible night, speaks to something in human experience that is deeper than the question of historical accuracy. It speaks to the experience of loss itself, the loss of a world that seemed good, the loss of a way of life that seemed complete, the loss of a place that felt like home. These experiences are universal, and a legend that encodes them in a particularly vivid and memorable form will find an audience in every generation. This is why the story has moved so readily across genres, from philosophy to history to fiction to film to video games to television. Each medium has found in Atlantis something it could use. 19th-century novelists used it as a setting for adventure and exploration. 20th-century science fiction writers used it as a precursor civilization whose technology exceeded the present's and whose fate served as a warning. Filmmakers used it as a spectacle, the gleaming city, the catastrophic wave, the ocean closing over towers that had touched the sky. Children's literature used it as a place of wonder, accessible through the right underwater tunnel or the right magic, where talking dolphins and benevolent philosopher kings waited in luminous palaces beneath the sea. Each reinvention said less about Plato's text than about the concerns and desires of the era in which it was produced, but each reinvention also kept the image alive, kept it circulating, kept it available for the next generation's own uses. The relationship between the academic study of Atlantis and its popular reinventions is not simply one of correction and distortion, with scholars providing accurate information and popular culture distorting it. The relationship is more complex and more interesting than that. Popular culture keeps the question alive in ways that sometimes generate genuine research. When public enthusiasm for a particular proposed Atlantis location is high enough, it attracts funding and media attention that may lead to actual archaeological investigation of genuinely interesting sites. The research at Dinana, the underwater surveys of the Bahamas and the Azores, the investigation of submerged Mediterranean settlements, all of these have been energized, at least in part, by popular interest in Atlantis even when the researchers themselves are primarily motivated by other questions. The legend serves as a kind of eccentric patron of legitimate inquiry, funding investigations that the investigator's own sober academic program might not have prioritized. At the same time, the popular legend creates pressure that can distort the results of legitimate research. When a researcher working in a region that has been proposed as an Atlantis location finds evidence of ancient human habitation, the temptation to connect that evidence to Atlantis, even tangentially, even as a speculation, is real because the connection brings media attention and public interest that straightforward archaeological reporting does not. The pressure to find Atlantis can subtly shape the interpretation of ambiguous findings, leading researchers to emphasize those aspects of their discoveries that fit the Atlantis narrative and to minimize those that do not. This is not dishonesty, necessarily. It is the normal human tendency to see what one is looking for, but it complicates the relationship between Atlantis research and the ordinary standards of archaeological science. The most careful researchers in the relevant fields have learned to manage this pressure by being explicit about it, by distinguishing clearly between what the evidence shows and what the Atlantis hypothesis would require, by maintaining the methodological standards of their disciplines regardless of the popular interest in their findings, and by engaging honestly with the public about the difference between genuine discovery and speculative interpretation. This kind of intellectual honesty is harder than it sounds, particularly when one is dealing with a legend that has the emotional power of Atlantis and an audience that wants confirmation rather than qualification. But it is the only approach that serves both the integrity of scholarship and the genuine curiosity of the public, which deserves honest answers even when those answers are uncertain ones. The Atlantic Ocean itself, the body of water that has given the legend half its name and most of its geography, is a remarkable place to contemplate in this context. It is the world's second-largest ocean, covering approximately 106 million square kilometers, separating continents that were once joined and now drift slowly apart on the moving plates of the Earth's crust. Its depths average about 3,500 meters, with the deepest point in the Puerto Rico Trench reaching more than 8,000 meters below the surface. Its seafloor is one of the most thoroughly mapped in the world, particularly in the regions most often proposed as Atlantis locations, and that mapping has not revealed anything that resembles the remains of a sunken island continent. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge, the vast submarine mountain chain that runs for 15,000 kilometers from Iceland to the South Atlantic, is a place where new ocean crust is being constantly created as magma wells up from below, not a place where a continent has sunk. This does not mean that the Atlantic was always as it now appears. The ocean has a history measured in hundreds of millions of years, and over that time its configuration has changed dramatically. The South Atlantic did not exist at all during the Jurassic period. Africa and South America were joined, and the Atlantic has been spreading ever since their separation began approximately 140 million years ago. Islands have risen from volcanic activity and been worn away by erosion. Seamounts that once protruded above the surface have been planed off by wave action and now sit below it. The Azores, the Canaries, the Cape Verde Islands, Iceland, all of these are products of volcanic activity associated with the Mid-Atlantic Ridge or hotspots beneath the moving plates, and they testify to the dynamic, constantly changing character of the ocean floor. But the scale of these changes is geological, operating over millions of years, and they do not support the idea of a large habitable island that existed within human history and was lost within human memory. The most geologically credible versions of an Atlantic Atlantis have accordingly focused not on a sunken continent, which the geology does not support, but on the possibility that one or more of the existing Atlantic islands might have been larger in the recent past, or that a now submerged seamount might have protruded above sea level at a time within human experience. The Azores sit on a section of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge where the geology is complex and the volcanic activity has been significant. Some researchers have speculated that parts of the Azorean island group might have been submerged by submarine volcanic activity within the last few thousand years. These speculations are generally regarded by geologists as unlikely. The geological record of the region does not show the kind of rapid subsidence that would be required, but they are not impossible to entertain without violating the basic principles of geology, in a way that the idea of a sunken Atlantic continent is. The Mediterranean theories have their own geological plausibility constraints, and the most credible of them tend to focus on specific, geologically active regions where rapid change is documented. The Aegean Sea has been tectonically active throughout human history. The volcanic islands of the southern Aegean, Santorini above all, but also Nisyros, Milos, and others, are the products of a volcanic arc that has been intermittently active for millions of years and that will continue to be active for millions more. The eruption of Thera in the late Bronze Age was a real event whose effects on Aegean civilization were real, even if the precise relationship between that event and Plato's account remains a matter of scholarly debate. The connection between the Minoan civilization of Bronze Age Crete and the Atlantis narrative, which earlier parts of this narration have explored in some depth, remains one of the most archaeologically grounded of all the proposals, even if it too involves significant gaps between the evidence and the legend. Further west in the Mediterranean, the island of Malta has attracted attention for a different reason. Its extraordinary prehistoric temples, some of the oldest freestanding stone structures in the world, demonstrate that the ancient Mediterranean contains sophisticated cultures whose remains are only partially understood. Malta's prehistoric culture flourished between approximately 5,500 and 2,500 years before the Common Era, considerably earlier than the civilization Plato described. But the existence of such advanced architecture in a small island setting in the central Mediterranean illustrates the principle that remarkable civilizations can arise in locations that seem, from a modern perspective, unlikely. The temple builders of Malta were not Atlanteans, but they remind us that the ancient Mediterranean was more culturally complex than any single civilization's records can fully capture. The island of Cyprus has also been proposed as an Atlantis candidate, particularly in the work of researcher Robert Sarmast, who conducted underwater surveys in the sea to the south of the island and reported finding what he interpreted as the remains of a submerged landscape matching aspects of Plato's topographical description. Sarmast's claims attracted considerable media attention but have not been accepted by the mainstream archaeological community, which points out that the features he identified are consistent with natural geological formations and that the match to Plato's description requires selective reading of both the ancient text and the survey data. The area where Sarmast worked does contain interesting geology. The eastern Mediterranean has a complex tectonic history, and the seafloor in this region preserves evidence of past events including sea level changes and volcanic activity, but the connection to Atlantis remains undemonstrated. Sardinia has been proposed as an Atlantis candidate by the researcher Sergio Frau, who suggested that the ancient Greeks had placed the Pillars of Hercules at a different location from their conventional identification with the Strait of Gibraltar, specifically at a point further east in the Mediterranean, and that therefore the sea described by Plato lay in the western Mediterranean rather than the Atlantic. On this reading, Atlantis would have been located in the western Mediterranean, with Sardinia as the best candidate. The island does have an interesting prehistoric culture, represented primarily by the Nuric, massive stone towers built by the Nuragic civilization between approximately 1800 and 200 years before the Common Era, and it experienced a period of turbulence and possible population decline toward the end of the Bronze Age that Frau links to Plato's catastrophe. The identification of the Pillars of Hercules with a Mediterranean location is linguistically possible, but runs against the strong weight of classical tradition, which consistently places them at Gibraltar, and the scholarly reception of Frau's proposal has been skeptical. What all of these Mediterranean proposals share is a willingness to read Plato's text as preserving, in however distorted a form, genuine geographical and historical information about a specific place. This is a legitimate scholarly approach, provided it is pursued with appropriate rigor and without the confirmation bias that has undermined many previous attempts. The challenge is that Plato's text is not a neutral record of geographical information. It is a literary text embedded in a philosophical argument, written for an Athenian audience with specific cultural assumptions and literary expectations, and shaped by Plato's own purposes in a way that makes it impossible to simply strip away the literary and philosophical elements to reach a historical core. Every attempt to locate Atlantis must therefore grapple with the fundamental question of how much of Plato's account can be taken as historical evidence, and how much must be understood as literary invention. This question does not have a simple answer, and the most honest scholars acknowledge that their interpretations involve judgment calls that cannot be fully justified by the available evidence. The grain of historical truth, if there is one, is embedded in a matrix of literary elaboration that cannot be cleanly separated from it. The result is that every proposed location of Atlantis is, in a sense, a proposal about how to read Plato, a hypothesis about which elements of his account are historically derived and which are invented, as much as it is a hypothesis about ancient geography. The history of cartography offers a different perspective on the Atlantis question, one that does not depend on geological or archaeological evidence, but that illuminates the cultural context in which the legend developed and in which its various locations were proposed. Maps are not simply records of geographical knowledge. They are expressions of the cultural values, assumptions, and imaginative projections of the people who make them. The history of world maps from antiquity to the modern period is, in part, a history of the gradual elimination of imaginary lands from the spaces that had been filled with them in the absence of better information. The ancient Greek geographer Ptolemy, whose 2nd century work Geographia became the basis for European cartography in the medieval and early modern periods, organized his world map around the principle of coordinates, latitude and longitude, that gave it a mathematical precision its predecessors had lacked. But Ptolemy's map contained significant errors, including a severe underestimate of the circumference of the Earth and a mistaken configuration of the Indian Ocean as a closed sea. These errors persisted in European cartography for more than 1,000 years, and they shaped the expectations of explorers who used maps derived from Ptolemy's work. Columbus's conviction that Asia could be reached by sailing west was in part based on Ptolemy's underestimate of the Earth's size, which suggested that the ocean between Europe and Asia was much narrower than it actually is. The blank spaces on maps, the regions marked simply terra incognita or mare incognitum, were not merely empty. They were invitation spaces where imagination could work, where legendary geographies could be projected, where the absent knowledge of what really lay in those regions could be replaced by the available knowledge of what might lie there. Atlantis belonged to these spaces, and as the spaces were filled in by actual exploration, the legend was pushed toward whatever blank space remained. In the 15th and 16th centuries, it was pushed toward the newly discovered Americas. As the Americas were mapped and explored, it was pushed toward the interior of the continents, toward the polar regions, toward the seafloor. The legend has always needed an unknown region to inhabit, and the gradual elimination of unknown regions from the Earth's surface has accordingly compressed the spaces available to it without eliminating them. The deep ocean remains, in some respects, the last great blank space on the physical map of the Earth. More of the surface of the Moon and Mars has been mapped in detail than the floor of the Earth's oceans, and while this statement is somewhat misleading, we have extensive sonar mapping of the seafloor that tells us a great deal about its broad structure. It is true that the direct investigation of specific locations on the seafloor remains expensive, technically demanding, and incomplete. The deep ocean is a space where imagination can still operate, where the confident assertion that Atlantis does not lie at the bottom of the Atlantic cannot be made with absolute certainty about every square meter of that vast darkness. The legend retreats into the depth that knowledge has not yet fully illuminated and waits. Meanwhile, above the water, the world continues to yield its secrets through other means. The development of remote sensing technology, satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, multispectral analysis, has transformed archaeology in recent decades, allowing researchers to detect buried structures and ancient landscapes that were invisible to conventional survey. LiDAR in particular, which uses laser pulses to measure elevation with extraordinary precision and can penetrate tree canopy to reveal the ground surface beneath, has produced spectacular discoveries in forested regions. The dense jungle of the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, the Guatemalan highlands, and the forests of Cambodia have all yielded lost cities. Large, complex urban settlements that had been hidden beneath centuries of vegetation growth and were entirely unknown to conventional archaeology until the LiDAR surveys revealed their outlines from the air. The discovery of vast urban networks beneath the Cambodian jungle, centered on the medieval city of Angkor and extending far beyond the temples that had long been known to researchers, was one of the most dramatic archaeological revelations of the early 21st century. LiDAR surveys conducted between 2012 and 2015 revealed a city of extraordinary size. At its height, perhaps the largest pre-industrial urban settlement in the world, with elaborate hydraulic systems, road networks, and suburban development extending for hundreds of square kilometers around the central temple complex. The city had not been lost in the sense of being unknown. Angkor Wat had never been forgotten by the Cambodian people or by Western scholars who had studied it since the 19th century. But the full extent of the urban landscape around it had been invisible because the jungle had reclaimed it so completely that conventional survey could not detect it. LiDAR changed the spatial understanding of Angkor from a temple complex to a metropolis. Similar discoveries have followed in the jungles of Belize and Guatemala, where the Maya city of Caracol was revealed to be far larger than previously known, and where subsequent surveys have identified dozens of previously unknown sites, some of them of substantial size. The Maya lowlands, it turns out, supported a population density and an urban complexity that earlier researchers had not suspected, and the picture of Maya civilization that emerges from these discoveries is substantially different from, and more impressive than, the picture that conventional archaeology had provided. These are not Atlantis discoveries. They are real discoveries of real civilizations that the historical record had always acknowledged, but whose physical extent had been inadequately understood. But they feed the imagination that pursues Atlantis by demonstrating, repeatedly and vividly, that the world conceals more than we have found, that the jungle and the desert and the ocean have not yet given up all of their secrets. The Sahara Desert presents its own version of this phenomenon. Satellite imagery of the Saharan landscape has revealed an extraordinary ghost world beneath the current desert surface. River channels, lake beds, the outlines of ancient settlements and caravan routes, traces of a landscape that was, in the relatively recent geological past, far more hospitable than it is today. The Sahara was green. Between approximately 11,000 and 5,000 years ago, the region that is now one of the most forbidding environments on Earth was a landscape of lakes, rivers, grasslands, and forests, supporting a substantial human population that left rock art, stone tools, pottery, and the remains of settlements across what is now empty desert. The transition from green Sahara to present desert was not instantaneous. It was a process that unfolded over millennia, but it was real, and its consequences for the populations who had made their lives in the Saharan landscape were profound. Communities that had been established for generations were forced to migrate as water sources dried up and vegetation retreated. Some researchers suggest that this migration contributed to the population growth and cultural innovation of the Nile Valley in the 4th millennium before the Common Era, as Saharan communities converged on one of the few remaining reliable water sources and brought their accumulated cultural knowledge with them. In the context of the Atlantis question, the Green Sahara is interesting for a specific reason. It demonstrates that dramatic environmental change has reshaped not just the edges of the ancient world, but its interior, and that civilizations and cultures that seem to be ancient Near Eastern or African in origin may have roots in landscapes that no longer exist in anything like their original form. The connections between different ancient cultures that Donnelly and his successors tried to explain by invoking Atlantis as a common source may have more prosaic explanations in the real history of human migration, cultural exchange, and adaptation to environmental change. Explanations that require no sunken continent, but that are no less dramatic for that. The relationship between environmental change and cultural memory is one of the most productive areas of current research at the intersection of archaeology, geology, and anthropology. The emerging discipline of environmental humanities brings together scholars from natural science, social science, and the humanities to examine how environmental changes have shaped human history and how human cultures have remembered and interpreted such changes. In this context, the Atlantis legend is interesting not as evidence for a specific historical event, but as a case study in how cultures encode environmental memory in mythological form. How the real experience of flooding, drought, volcanic eruption, and landscape transformation becomes embedded in stories that persist long after the original events have been forgotten as specific historical incidents. The scholar and mythographer Joseph Fontenrose, in his influential work on Greek myth and legend, argued that many ancient myths encoded memories of real events in a form that transformed those events almost beyond recognition. The specific geography, the specific actors, the specific timeline, all of these were subject to the distortions of oral transmission and literary elaboration. What persisted was something more structural, the sense of a world that had once been different, a catastrophe that had intervened, a loss that could not be fully recovered. In this framework, Atlantis is legible as a myth about loss, the loss of a world, a civilization, an order of things that seem to promise permanence and prove to be as fragile as everything else. That mythological reading does not require us to choose between a literal and a purely allegorical interpretation. The most sophisticated treatments of the question hold both possibilities in mind simultaneously, acknowledging the possibility of a historical kernel while recognizing the mythological elaboration that has grown around it, refusing to collapse the complexity of the legend into either a straightforward claim to historical truth or a straightforward dismissal as philosophical invention. This dual vision requires a tolerance for ambiguity that is not always easy to maintain, particularly in a cultural environment that tends to prefer clear answers to uncertain ones. But it is the most intellectually honest position available, and it is the one that does justice both to Plato's text and to the long human engagement with the story he told. The centuries of that engagement have produced something remarkable, not a solved mystery, but a richly illuminated one. We know more about the ancient Mediterranean world than any previous generation has known. We know more about sea level changes, about Bronze Age civilizations, about oral tradition, about the transmission of cultural memory, about the geology of the Atlantic and Mediterranean seafloors. We have tools for investigation that previous searchers for Atlantis could not have imagined. And what all of this knowledge has given us is not a definitive answer, but a more precisely defined uncertainty, a clearer understanding of what we do not know and what we cannot, given the evidence available, determine. The question of whether Plato's account preserves a memory of a real civilization remains open, not because we have not looked carefully enough, but because the evidence does not support a definitive conclusion in either direction. The search continues in university research programs and amateur investigations, in underwater surveys and desert surveys and jungle surveys, in the patient reading of ancient texts and the impatient pursuit of new discoveries. It continues because the question is genuinely interesting and because the tools for addressing it continue to improve. It continues because the legend itself will not be set aside, because there is something in the image of the drowned civilization, the lost island, the world beneath the water that speaks to something permanent in human experience. The water closes over the spires. The ocean is silent. And somewhere in the silence, the search goes on, moving always toward the next question, the next ambiguous shoreline, the next fragment of a world that may or may not have been. The story that Plato told his students in the gardens of the academy has traveled further than he could have anticipated, further in time and space, further in interpretation and reinvention, further into the dreams and investigations of people he never imagined would read his words. It has been taken literally and figuratively, geographically and philosophically, historically and mythologically. It has inspired genuine scholarship and spectacular fraud, careful archaeology and credulous fantasy, serious novels and theme park attractions. It has been the subject of academic papers and supermarket tabloids, of peer-reviewed journals and late-night cable television. It has been searched for in the ocean and in the desert and in the jungle and in the stars. It has never been found, and it has never been definitively lost. What the legend has accumulated across these centuries of searching is something more interesting than a solution. It has accumulated the record of the search itself. Every theory proposed, every expedition mounted, every text interpreted and reinterpreted, every piece of ambiguous evidence argued over by scholars who disagree about what it means. All of this constitutes a history of human curiosity, of the willingness to pursue a question beyond the comfortable boundaries of available knowledge, of the refusal to accept ignorance as a final answer when the question is compelling enough to justify the search. The history of Atlantis is, in this sense, a history of how human beings engage with mystery. Not just the mystery of a specific legendary island, but the larger mystery of the past itself, of all that has been lost to time and sea and the slow erosion of memory, and of all that might yet be recovered by those who look carefully enough, with the right tools, in the right spirit of patient and open-minded inquiry. The seafloor still holds its secrets in the crushing darkness of the deep. The desert still conceals its ghost landscapes beneath the surface of the sand. The jungle still grows over the outlines of cities that once housed thousands of people who laughed and argued and built and died and knew nothing of us, as we know so little of them. The ancient texts still reward patient reading. The ambiguous evidence still awaits interpretation. And the questions that Plato's account poses about the nature of civilization, about the relationship between power and virtue, about the fragility of what seems permanent, about the persistence of what seems lost, remain as alive and as unresolved as they were when he first set them down in a garden in Athens 2,500 years ago, in a world that is itself now partly lost beneath the slow accumulation of all the centuries that have followed, moving always toward the next question, the next careful survey of what lies beneath, the next attempt to hear in the silence of the deep water something that sounds like the memory of a world